Go. Welcome. Today is Tuesday, October the 25th, 2022. This is a work session agenda for the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. And first item on our agenda today, I've got Steve Child here in the room, Greg Poshman. I don't know if Kelly's online, and Francie is traveling due to a death in the family, and we hope that she stays safe traveling out there. She's going across the country, so I'm not sure when she will be back. Okay, first item on our agenda today is construction and demolition debris diversion update. We have Michael Port and Kathy Hall. So please, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. And we'll be back later today, the landfill, for our budget presentation. So this feeds nicely into a big chunk of kind of our trends and issues in the budget. But we're here today to talk about I'm Kathy Hall, the Solid Waste Director. Sorry.
And I'm Michael Fort. I'm the Construction and Demolition Diversion Specialist.
Okay, yeah, I haven't done this in a while. So we're here today to talk about the Construction and Demolition Debris Ordinance that was enacted in April 2020 and was fully implemented almost 2 years to the day. So we promised the BOCC that we would come back and give a regular update on how the program is going. And I don't want to steal too much of Michael's thunder. He's some really great data, and the program's going really well. It's a huge success, which Michael will give you all the numbers and how we're doing. And then we're going to have an ask at the end. We think it's time to raise the percentage of diversion required for permits. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the expert, Michael Fort.
Thanks, Kathy. I'm going to share my screen. All right, hopefully you can see that presentation. I wanted to come in today to update you on an evaluation that we did for our ordinance, looking at sort of the main aspects of the ordinance and how is it working. Are there aspects that we can update or tweak for it to work better? Before I get into the actual evaluation, just a little refresher on sort of the main aspects of the ordinance. So what the central is our deposit refund system, where we partner with community development, and everyone applying for a building or demolition permit pretty much has to submit or calculate and submit a diversion compliance deposit. And that's refundable at the end of the project if they meet some minimum waste diversion requirements, including a minimum 25% recycling rate and also separating out some required materials. The projects demonstrate that using our waste tracking system, Green Halo. And at the end of their project, they submit a diversion report, which shows us what they achieved as far as their waste diversion rate, and shows all the different loads and materials that came out of the project. It went online, this program, almost 2 years ago exactly. And so that's the program that grew out of the ordinance. And then separate from the deposit refund system, but was also in the ordinance, is a tiered pricing structure for construction and demolition trash, which applies to everyone bringing material here to the solid waste center. And that was our way of trying to influence projects that were outside of the county building permit process. So the diversion compliance deposit is equal to the estimated total tons of waste multiplied by the per ton rate, which is set forth annually by Pitkin County. We originally set it at $1,000 per ton, and it has remained at $1,000 per ton. The evaluation, I didn't find that we need to really change that at this point. So a project estimates their waste, they multiply their waste by $1,000 per ton, and that's how we calculate their deposit. And then in order to earn a full refund of that deposit, they need to meet a minimum 25% waste diversion rate, and that's by weight. And also they need to separate out all of their recoverable materials, which are required based on what we can actually process here at our facility. For a partial refund, which is half of the deposit is returned, the project got at least 20% waste reversion rate, and or may have had some recoverable materials sent to the trash.
Question.
If it got less than 20%, they received no refund.
Okay, Michael, Greg has a
Hey,
question.
Michael, thank you for this. This is fascinating. It's good to see this, and I'm glad to hear the success with it. I just wanted, if you could, articulate a little bit more about the 25%. 25% of the total project. I think you're saying what? I'm still trying to get my percentages right.
Sure.
So why 25%?
Yeah, sorry about that. So we look at the total amount of material that comes out of a project, and at least 25% of that has to be recycled or reused. So out of the total that's disposed of or put in the trash, we're aiming for a minimum 25% diversion rate. And I think I wasn't involved in the original decision making of why it was set at 25%, but I think we agreed that was sort of an achievable level and a good place to start from with this program to start building the education and the expectation that people are going to have to divert their waste. So
I guess my question is that enough, and is it possible to do more once they're in there and they've got their hands in it? Is 25% the right amount still? You've had, I guess just a year or so of data, but just wondering.
Yeah. Well, that's something that I'm going to get to in a couple slides. We are definitely seeing that's a very easy to meet 25%. So we can probably start thinking about raising that up incrementally. But I'll have a lot more information about that in a couple slides. Yep.
Yes, Steve wants to, go ahead, and then I have something. Go ahead, Steve.
So, Michael, if someone diverts 100% of the recoverable materials and gets the full refund, what percentage of the total weight of the demolition approximately is that?
So that really depends on the project. It's really a case-by-case basis. So like a full demolition, basically if they're pulling out the foundation, they're automatically going to recycle 50% because the foundation is basically half the weight of the whole house. So it depends on the project. There, new construction, there's a lot less recoverable materials, and that's sort of one thing that we're still trying to get more data on. But it is such a new program that there's not a lot of full homes that have been built under this process, but those may separate all of the recoverable materials and still not get. It's not feasible to get 25% just based on their construction practices or the materials that they're using. So it's really a case-by-case basis, but that's a good question.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was anybody who diverted less than 20% of their debris, but actually did quite a bit of separating recoverable materials. Maybe they just recovered lighter stuff and didn't make the 20% threshold.
Yeah, and there have been those cases where that does happen, and I've been treating it as if they're doing what they're expected to do and separating out the things that are recoverable, they should get their deposit back. So I'm kind of seeing as we go along if there are other criteria we can develop that would,
Okay, I guess that's where my question was leading. Do you have
Yeah.
leeway? You have discretion if someone's really making a good faith effort that they at least get a partial refund?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the term I use as well, is if they're making a good faith effort to comply with the program, but they still don't meet the minimum, we'll cut them some slack. It's not like a zero tolerance policy kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. What I'm concerned about is under the partial refund, it's if recoverable materials are sent to the trash. That's what we want to avoid. We want recoverable materials to be recovered. We don't want them to be sent to the trash in any amount. So
Right.
Kathy, we're gonna in my mind, I'll look to my two other members of the board here. If they are thinking that we want to bring this back sometime after the first of the year and really look at our percentages and our numbers, because I think once this, it's been up and running now, I think people are getting a grip, and I think we might want to be looking at making it a little cleaner. No pun intended there. But yeah, so I think that might be worthy of discussion sometime after the first of the year. I'm seeing nods of two heads next to me, so and now I will let you continue on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I agree with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the recoverable materials, these are things that we can recycle here. Concrete and porcelain, asphalt, rock and dirt, screenable soil, clean wood, organic material, scrap metal and appliances, and cardboard. Also on there should be just regular kind of single stream recyclables. But these are all materials that we process, and so these are the things that are required to be separated technically in order to get a full refund of the deposit.
Great.
So looking at the deposits, in the evaluation that we did, and this was through August 2022, we looked at 34 completed projects. The amount of deposits we collected was almost 1.2 million. What we kept was $8,500, and that was across 6 projects that got either partial or no refund. The average new construction deposit was $2,300. The average remodel deposit was $6,200. Then we did the median demolition deposit was $79,000 because there were a few outlier, really high, over $100,000 deposits for demolition that skewed the average quite a lot. But you can see, for the most part, people earned a full refund. There were 28 projects. 28 of the 34 got a full refund. There were 2 that received partial refunds. Those were ones that they were, I had observed them of having recoverable materials going into the landfill, and there was reach out education and kind of opportunities to take corrective action, which didn't happen. So they met the 25%, but they did not separate all their recoverable materials. And then 4 received no refund, and that was because they just didn't submit any data at all. They provided no evidence that they participated in the program. So most projects easily met the 25%, and those that did not, there were those handful that did not meet 25%, but still separated everything as they were expected to do, and it was just not feasible to meet the 25%, so they earned their deposit back.
Okay,
And
Greg?
can I jump in really quick?
Yeah, and then I'm going to turn it to Greg. Go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Michael's done a phenomenal job. This far exceeded. We didn't think we would be returning these deposits at this amount. So that's big kudos to Michael. He's done excellent work on education, site visits. So he's really to credit for this. Because we don't want to keep deposits. We really want to divert material. So.
Okay.
Great, thank you. My question was related to that. It looks like it's been very successful. If you've actually convinced people that it's worth it to separate, and apparently they have, because they're getting their deposits back. For the ones that don't, does that mean your team has to go and do it? I'm assuming it just doesn't end up in the landfill. I'm assuming it gets separated, but I'm not certain of that. And is that what the deposits are paying for?
Well, so the deposit is sort of just a separate financial incentive that we use to encourage people to, do the recycling. It has nothing to do with how we handle material once it arrives here at the landfill, because we don't do any sorting here. It needs to be pre-sorted at the job site in order for us to actually recycle material. So if projects are putting recyclables in with their trash, then that is ending up in the landfill. Okay, so we're not able to stop that and filter it out and bill them for it. Yeah, not at this time. That's something that we've, sort of long-term planning, what we've talked about, and we've brought to you guys a few times is, you know, in the future, probably having some kind of sorting equipment, but right now we just don't have that capacity.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we can keep moving. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, people are really doing a good job and making a good faith effort to comply. Actually, a lot of people say really the deposit isn't a huge influence of why they want to divert. They just want to do the right thing, and that's feedback that I've heard from quite a few people. And they like having the ability to sort of see what their impact is. So this is excluding the projects that had 0% because they didn't submit any data. We had 5 projects that were less than 25%. We had 2 projects that were between 25 and 30% waste diversion. There were 3 that were between 30 and 35%. And then 20 of those projects had greater than 35% waste diversion rates. And then the average that we saw from new construction is 40.45%. The average for remodels and addition was 43.07%, and demolitions was 67.32%. So as you can see, projects are pretty easily meeting the 25%, and that's a good thing. We want them to succeed, as Kathy said, but yeah, we can potentially consider starting to raise that minimum requirement. The other aspect of the ordinance that is not related to the deposit program, but again, is how we tried to influence projects coming in from like the city of Aspen or Snowmass Village, ones that are not participating or they don't have the same regulations, is through our tiered pricing system. So the way that works is we track every project that comes across the scale based on the job name or the address that is provided. And for the first 30 tons of material, we start with the tier 1 price. And then for each 31 to 60 tons, we raise it up to the tier 2 price, and over 61 tons is the tier 3. And those price differences, $20 increments. But really the most significant part of this is the tier 4 price that we have. This is sort of a premium price that we put on loads that contain trash and greater than 10% or a significant amount of recoverable materials. So this is, we're charging a lot more for loads that are containing, you know, sort of the most convenient way of putting trash and recycling together. We're trying to discourage that by charging, you know, twice as much for that load that comes in compared to the baseline tier 1 price. And the way that we would look at if that's effective is we should see less tier 4 loads coming in compared to tier 1. So when we looked at this in the beginning of 2020, when we put this new pricing structure in place, the ratio that we saw was 60% was tier 4 and 40% of loads was tier 1. And I looked at this again a month ago, and that snapshot that we looked at for that most recent month, the ratio was 53% tier 4 to 47% tier 1. So we see, at least based on those 2 snapshots, that there is an improvement in that ratio. And so ideally, you know, we want to see that tier 4 amount of tier 4 loads decreasing over time. And it would be better to see it kind of tracked month to month, but I have not done that yet.
Okay.
So the impacts on diversion, yeah, it's been really successful. People have really made a good effort to comply with the requirements. This is Green Halo. This is the system that projects doing the deposit program use. For the 2 years of implementation of this program, our waste diversion rate is 77.53%. So this is the aggregate of all the projects that have entered data into the system. We have recovered, which is recycle or reuse, 77%, which is really great. So you can actually pull this up if you go to pitkincounty.wastetracking.com. It will live update on there. And then this calculator also has some sustainability metrics, so we can see the carbon footprint savings and some of these equivalent impacts on the environmental front. And this is looking at all of the incoming construction and demolition material, trying to isolate just what would have come from permitted jobs, excluding all the landscaping and stuff that isn't tied to like an actual building permit or construction and demolition of a home. We can see our waste diversion rate improving here as well. So before the ordinance, we figured our waste diversion rate was 15.92% in 2019. And then from 2020, since that time, we've been steadily improving. And then this year has been probably an outlier year, but we've gotten 3 times as much concrete as 2021. And that is because City of Aspen, we have issued greater and greater amounts of demolition permits each year. So I think a lot of this has to do with just large scale demolition projects that have been happening, which is kind of skewing the waste diversion rate way high up to nearly 40%. But still we can see this trend of increasing waste diversion rate. It may, in 2023, if we see that amount of demolitions plateau or taper off, this number may come down, probably would. And I just wanted to show you some examples of what this actually looks like on the job site. So the top 3 pictures are from the Buttermilk remodel project. They have, using the parking lot there, they had multiple containers that were labeled with signage of what material goes into which container. And they also, on that project, donated or gave away a lot of the like office furnishings and things from inside the restaurant. They gave a lot away to the community, which we counted towards their waste diversion rate on the project. And then these images below are what also commonly happens is just sort of stockpiling of different types of material, and then projects will, instead of use like a roll-off service, they will use their own company trailer and sort of haul stuff off as needed to save on those costs. And finally, the last time we were in here, you all were interested in sort of looking at what's the actual cost to comply with this program. I'm still working on a more detailed sort of analysis in partnership with a contractor that could actually share a little bit more of the hard, internal data that they have on costs. But this analysis is looking at costs as far as like just handling the waste. So the table on the left is actually a real project that had 18 different loads of material. They had concrete, wood, trash, cardboard, and metal. And they took the time to separate all these out and hauled them up to us. You can see the associated costs of recycling per ton is a lot less than for trash. But where it hits them is the number of hauls that are required to get that material out of there. The dumpsters are actually fairly expensive, so the more of those that are required raises the raises the price for them. So in this scenario, it would have cost $14,348. And then on the right table, sort of the business as usual scenario would be just separating out concrete. That's pretty standard, and then mixing everything else together. So under that scenario, they would have needed only 9 hauls, and so their total cost for that would have been $10,500. And just making assumptions there, but you can see that there is some additional cost associated probably in most cases with having a lot of separate hulls that are needed compared to mixing material into same containers. And then some feedback that I did get from a contractor was that did a demolition, sort of like a selective deconstruction project. He estimated that there was probably about an additional 15% labor cost and 5% administrative costs for complying with the program. I think as people familiarize with the program and everyone is getting to the point where they've experienced this before, things will get streamlined. I think those labor costs would come down over time, but there is additional work probably in sorting out material. But we also have the diversion compliance deposit, which hopefully offsets or provides that additional financial incentive to take the time to separate out their material.
Question about the halls. Are there any ways to make that more efficient with the haul? Is hauling going to always cost that much? This isn't a cost that you're assessing. This is the hauling company charging them.
Correct. Yeah. So those are the hauling company's charges. Really, the way that we could make it more convenient is, as we were talking about earlier, having some sorting equipment. In most other places that have been doing construction diversion longer, and in more populated places, they have facilities that can accept a mixed load of construction material and separate it out, just like we do with our household recycling. We're in Colorado even, we're still kind of behind and don't have those facilities set up yet. But that would be the way that it would cut down on the number of hauls, is if we can accept mixed material.
It would be great to cut down the number of hauls just to reduce vehicle traffic on the highway and truck trips, wear and tear on the highway as well as crowded highway. But also it looks like there's a financial incentive. If there's money there, maybe at some point that could actually pay for more of the sorting, incentivizing us to put in sorting.
Right, and probably we would need to charge more to accept mixed material, but from the convenience side and the cutting down on the number of trucks required, probably most contractors would be interested in us having that.
I'd love to, very brief, I'll make it very short, aside, in my neighborhood with our, neighborhood waste diversion, we've got a dumpster shed with 3 or 4 dumpsters in it. One is compost, one is recycling, but I often see piles of reusable, divertible things, appliances, computers, televisions, stuff that they just kind of leave out. People just leave, there are 2 lawnmowers sitting out there right now. And I'm just wondering if at some point we would consider expanding this program to neighborhoods like that, because a lot of that stuff just gets thrown into the trash and it ends up in the landfill, when some of it is actually useful and could be reused rather than even recycled. Just wanted to plant that seed. I know you're thinking about it.
We see it at I think
Yeah,
every
well,
dumpster sees that.
Yeah, and then we have the mercantile as well, so that's kind of what the purpose of the mercantile.
Right, but mercantile isn't going to sort the trash coming from the Brush Creek dumpsters, is
Right.
it? Yeah.
Right.
That's your new job.
I know, you could be high grading for old stuff that I find, bicycles, Anyway,
Steve, did you have anything?
Can I jump in with a question?
Yeah.
Well, my, one question.
I guess along Greg's line of thinking, are
Kelly.
they're not dumpsters, but are there not, the big vessels, can they not be divided so that they can reduce the number of hauls and just bring it in one trip?
Yeah, so that's a good question. There's a company that was trying to manufacture those actually, and that was maybe a year ago that they were trying to get that going. They were kind of hindered by supply chain issues and getting the dumpsters and having them manufactured. So it's really I think part of this is the haulers who are the service providers are sort of adapting to this program as well. So I do talk to them and see if there are ways that they can sort of have more flexible systems, or instead of having big dumpsters, use those like bags that you see like Waste Management having. There are I think there's just some creative solutions that have yet to be like brought to the market and made available.
Have we thought of any kind of like grant program to help them adopt maybe a little more earlier some of these inventions?
Yeah, I have thought about a grant program because we with the deposits, part of the idea is that we want to just reinvest that into solving this problem. So I have tossed around the idea of setting up some kind of grant, but just that would create a whole other, I don't know. I don't necessarily have the capacity to do that, or we don't have the capacity for that, but it is a good idea that we've sort of.
Sure, I'd support that exploration as the program matures.
Well, when we look at the revenue, we're bringing in about $8,000 a year, which is not really even covering the position we have to manage the program. So, I think we need to see what's out there. Kelly has a great idea of separation of dumpsters, but sometimes you don't need to get the big. You can get a smaller one if you're finding that you only have you're sorting and you don't need the full size dump. Roll off. You can use a smaller. And then a lot of times they can get picked up in one haul. You can pick up 3 of the smaller ones. So that's another opportunity. We just need to, learn from where we are now and see how we can make the program better in the future. But really quick, I have a couple, real quick, this is kind of an aside. As Greg said, I got a call from Gail Schwartz with Habitat for Humanity. She has a lot of ideas she wants to share as far as the mercantile and how we can improve response to keeping stuff out of our landfill. So I'm going to send on her contact information to Kathy, to you, so you can reach out to Gail, because she had volumes of information that was too much. I was on the phone with her, so maybe you can reach out to her and pick her brain. She had some ideas that might be, a lot of ideas, but some of them I think we really can put in place. So the other question I have, which is really critical, is do you have any bagged compost?
Mute there. No, not yet. We have compost on the ground and we have bags. And we're giving it away for free if you want to shovel it into the bags.
Okay.
Our bagger was down for a bit, and we have been selling compost at an extraordinary rate. We sell out of it before we can get it into the bagger.
Well, yeah, I just went to Lowe's and they're already out for the season. Because I'll come out and get some. I need to put it on the pots here in front of the county building. We got to put our pots out here to bed. So I'll come out and I can bag my own. I'm gonna bag my own groceries, so
Yeah,
I can bag
giving
my own
it for
compost.
free if you're willing to shovel. We got a shovel out there.
I got gloves and I got work clothes, so thank you. Does the board have any other? This was great, and I'm actually, this is an item I know the city of Aspen is very interested in. I have my hard copy here. I'm going to pass it on to Mayor Tory for him to bring to city council. I think that's something we're going to want to put on future agenda discussions with the city. They've been asking for our data to share that. So, Steve.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to dig into a little bit, because it said in the text, you want to continue to push other jurisdictions to partner in these efforts. So I wanted to get a clearer picture of what happens now. If there's a demolition project, say in the city of Aspen, they are not required, they're not in the county, unincorporated county, so they don't pay the fee for that they could get refunded. But when they bring their loads to the landfill, do they still have to meet the same criteria for the different tiers? Like if they have a whole bunch of separated stuff, do they get a better rate, or they're just not taking as much stuff to be landfilled and not reused? Or how does that work for something that's not Picken County trash.
Yeah, that's correct. So they don't participate in the deposit. The way that we try to influence them is through the tiered pricing. So if they don't separate their material, they're going to be paying $200 a ton compared to if they would have separated their recycling. And if it's just trash, it's $100 per ton. So that pricing is sort of the only way that we can try to influence those projects. However, Aspen, with their new regulations and their allotment of only 6 demolition permits per year, they're actually going to now require those projects to submit data with Green Halo. They're just under a separate, they have their own account basically. So they're requiring Green Halo, but they don't have the same deposit refund program. And that only applies for demolitions. So yeah, what this would look like is, and what we have had the conversation over the last couple of years, is whether Aspen would try to adopt and form an agreement with the county that they just get rolled into our program and we use the infrastructure that we've already set up. We have the staff, we have Green Halo dialed in, we have the deposit process figured out. If Aspen or Snowmass Village would partner on that program, or just if they put in their own regulations, if they don't want to deal with us, but if they could still have some kind of enforcement of construction and demolition recycling regulations, which Aspen is moving in that direction. But we think that it would make the most sense if everyone just had the same rules throughout the whole valley, pretty much.
Yeah.
So we just want to keep that conversation going.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I think with the city, it's great they're doing it with demolitions, but from the numbers you're showing us, the remodels are pretty heavy-handed in playing into this, so I think we need to have new remodel and demolition. I think that's good food for thought when we talk with the city, and then it'll be something we can pass over to a joint meeting with Snowmass Village. So I think those are great ideas. Greg?
I would love to see a uniform program that included everyone and included composting regulations, and the waste stream from the city of Aspen is going to be different from the rest of the county, I think, to some extent. I could be wrong there, but thinking about all the restaurant waste, food waste, things like that should be fairly easy to divert, and I'm not sure how they're doing with that so far. Maybe there's some way that should be part of a uniform system. I did want to ask one question. How much future space in the landfill have we saved? At one point, I know we had an estimation of a 7-year filling of our landfill. And now most recently I just read that it was 8. And so have we picked up a year through these efforts over the last couple of years? I'm sure it's a moving target, but I just wanted to hear the optimistic report on that, if there is one.
Yeah, looking, and Kathy maybe can crunch some quick numbers in her head, but we've diverted 10,000 tons of material based on what Green Halo says. So what do we do, Kathy? 1,500 pounds per cubic yard. We can definitely get those numbers for you, but I think it's a significant savings on our landfill.
Well, plus we had the expansion, and now we're gonna hopefully get the new permit, so we're squeezing every ounce of life out of that landfill as possible. And I know the city of Aspen is very concerned about that. And the city's compost program with COVID and an inability to find staffing, I think got kind of backed off on a little bit because they were having a hard enough time in restaurants finding servers and bussers, let alone to find somebody. But I think now we'll have to just watch employment and unemployment numbers, and hopefully the city can bring that back, because we have a huge amount of composting that's done just at the trailer court at Smuggler, and it's really good to see. People are really getting closer to being, you know, cutting down their boxes when they put them in the dumpsters and sorting their trash. I don't have to climb in the dumpster quite as often as I have in the past, so
But you enjoy that.
I just love trying to really, with my height, it's a real chore to, thank God there's no cameras inside that
He has one of
dumpster.
those little
Yeah.
alarm things around your
Yeah,
neck, right?
help,
Steve?
I've fallen in instead of down.
So a quick crunch of the numbers, we've saved about 7,500 cubic yards of airspace since the project, which is pretty significant. And then just on a side note as well, we got a lot of side notes today. We just did a waste sort out here, similar to the one we did in 2015. So we'll be bringing back those numbers. And on this round, they actually sorted more professionally than what we did in 2015, 2016. So we'll have those numbers. So we'll dial that in a bit more and then come back to you once all that's done, probably next year, and propose writing a zero waste plan for the county.
Great. So you didn't invite me out to the what's in the trash stuff. That's really fun.
And
They were
yeah,
done so quickly. Like
it went,
just,
I mean, we hired a different company this time, and they drove out from Virginia. They set up, in
Wow.
4 days they were done. Yeah, they had it dialed in, so I was kind of happy about that.
What was the winning find?
we're waiting on their report still.
You always have something that, like the brand new pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses still in the case. I'll never forget that
Yeah,
one.
yeah, we'll have to ask them what they found.
Yeah, I want to know what the winning finds were. Okay, anything else from the board? Kelly, Steve, Greg?
Re-
I just-
Really, I think really quickly, sorry to
Go ahead,
interrupt.
Michael.
run out of time, was the discussion point where we need some feedback from y'all is whether, yeah, it sounds like we should consider raising the minimum waste diversion rate, and whether that's 30% to 30% or 35%, up from 25. We're interested to know what your opinion is on that. The idea is that we will incrementally, revisit this every couple of years and incrementally raise it up over time. So do you think it would be appropriate to raise it by 5% or 10%? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that'd be food for thought to bring it back, and when you guys have some more data, bring it back. I think the board is interested, from what I'm hearing and seeing here today, in doing that, and be it if it's by the first of next year or shortly thereafter. It's I don't want to wait too long. We want to, keep that landfill from being full as long as we can. So yeah, I think that's a good conversation to come back. Phyllis, I'm going to add another thing to future agendas. Francie does want to talk about demolition permits in the county, so we need to get some time for that in too. Steve, did you have?
So in terms of the percentage, I would be in favor of raising that. And as I remember from the data, there were only 2 of the projects that came under, I think it was 35%. They were somewhere between 20 and 35%. All the others were already above that level.
Yes.
And so we wouldn't really be, the majority of the projects would have already qualified for the full refund under the higher standard already. So it's not going to be hurting the contractors very much, I don't think. They're already used to doing it at a higher level. So if we raise the rate to a higher level, that's going to help inspire, bring the others up to that level. So I'd be in favor of raising the rate.
Likewise.
Yeah, so I think we'll have it, Kathy, if you guys can get us some time on a future agenda, we'll bring it back for discussion, because then it'd have to go through a code amendment. Do we have to amend the code, or are we at liberty just to change that?
We are at liberty to change it. There are some things, but it's not a full revision of the ordinance.
Okay.
We set up manager's rules.
Okay,
so.
I thought we
John
were
Neely will know more.
smart when we did that.
So
Okay.
they're not looking for a
We were.
decision today.
John Ely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so no decision today. We'd want a full board, because I know Francie does want to be involved in that conversation.
I just wanted to thank you both for this, Kathy, Michael, and your team out there. This is fantastic what you're doing. I'm so proud it's so fun to talk about what we're doing in this regard with waste diversion in Pitkin County. And Michael, also kudos to you for your spearheading the staff environmental carbon emissions. I can't remember what you call the group, but anyway.
Climate action.
Climate action, right, thank you. I should know this. Thank you for doing that, really appreciate it, and so call if you need help.
Okay. And before we close, I just want to thank you guys. I was out there the other day bringing in a load of, we tried to sort it out, but there were too many nails and screws in the wood, so so everybody was great at the landfill. The only problem I had is we took out the truckload, we emptied it out, we came home with a few too many items back in the truck that we bought at the Mercantile. My daughter, I had to drag her out of there kicking and screaming. It's really awesome. And my neighbor down the street says it's her new favorite place to shop. She and her friends do lunch in the landfill now, which I think is just a kick.
Can I jump in? I don't think you've seen my hand.
Oh, no, I don't see your hand, Kelly, because you're not on my screen. You're here. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, and I'm not feeling well, so my video's off, which may be why you don't see it either. I'm a little. I just want to go back to our decision point. I was unclear about what we're waiting to hear about, and I wonder, if. So are you guys are setting up the thresholds now for permits that are going to do work like next summer, right?
So our kind of suggestion would be that these new requirements would go into effect January 1 of 2023, and then because our permit process, it takes several months for a permit to actually go active. Projects starting probably, spring, summer would start falling under that new requirement. So that's part of the reason why we should make a decision sooner rather than later, because the permit process is what it is also.
So, Michael, we should have time in December so we can get it kicked in January, but we can also do it so at the time of pulling your permit, it's whatever is in effect, which means if they pull their permit and then they go by the 30 or 35%. But I know that Francie does want to weigh in on this, so I think we should have the opportunity to bring it back in December. Once we get done with budget, we have a little bit more breathing room. So I'll work on getting some agenda time. Kathy, I'll keep you posted. Steve, Kelly, that's a good idea. Thank you.
One last comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What are we waiting to hear back from? I just was unclear what we're waiting to have brought back to us in December. I would like it to come back in December, but what exactly are they answering between now and then?
I think we just need to see what the ratios, how much if we raise it, what do we expect? As Steve pointed out, we're already at that level, so do we want to go higher, or do we expect to see people catching up? So it's just some data on that. And any other opportunities we might have as far as the fact that recyclable stuff needs to come out of it. We don't want that in the trash. So I think there's a couple of items we need to have some more input, some more suggestions from staff. So if we're gonna change the ordinance as of the first of the year, let's clean it all up.
So my final comments, I am really impressed by how effective our demolition and construction waste ordinance has been, or ordinance or whatever our rules on that. I can't imagine if we didn't have the 77% recovery rate, if we had 0% recovery rate, all that would be going into the landfill. And we would be filling up the landfill just all that much faster. So this is really impressive how well this has worked in just a couple of years of the program. So congratulations on that, and we want to keep making it better.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was great. Thanks for the information, Michael. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want clarification. Is December soon enough for you? And we've got a busy schedule, but I'm just wondering if you anticipated or wanted more clarity today, or are you good to go until December?
I think the main concern would just be communicating to the permitted, that the applicable community that we're changing the minimum requirement. But I think if we decided that in December and started, had a whole month leading up to the beginning of January to communicate that out, I think that would probably be sufficient.
Yeah, I think we can get it done.
And I think people know which way the wind's blowing. So,
Right.
It usually blows from this side of the valley to the other.
Thank you.
All right, are we good? Anything
We'll see you
else?
This afternoon, yeah,
All
no,
right,
we're good.
see you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
All right,
Bye-bye.
grassroots, we will be back at 12:45. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, October the 25th, 2022. It is 12:45. This is a continuation of the Board of County Commissioners work session. And believe it or not, we're doing budget today. So Connie, it's so nice to see you, and it's so nice to have staff in the room. We really appreciate all your efforts and being here. And Brian, do you have a slide somewhere of those photos in this that we? Okay, want to make sure. We don't want to
We
miss
can
that.
blackmail you all
All right,
later.
Connie, please, I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay, good
Let me
afternoon.
just explain. Francie Jacober is traveling. She had a death in the family, so she'll be gone. I'm not sure when she'll be coming back. We don't want her to travel safe and be safe back in Maine. And Kelly is home with the bug that she got from her 3.5-year-old, which is not surprising because they tend to share with their mothers a lot. So I've got Steve Child and Greg Postman here in the room with me and a room full of staff. So thank you, Connie.
Okay, today we are looking at the flourishing natural and built environment part of the county's strategic plan. And this is part one. We've split it into 2 different weeks, just for timing's sake, so the meetings won't be quite as long. And we will be looking at a few of the different success factors in this part of the strategic plan, looking at natural resources and environment, county assets, transportation systems, and built environment, and addressing some of these success factors in the budget presentations. This part of the budget is the largest of all of the 3 sections of this strategic plan. It makes up about 61% of the total proposed budget, which makes sense because there's also a lot of the capital projects included in this section that you'll start to review today and then also next week. The total amount is $118.7 million. You can see on the graph in front of you that the transit sales and use tax is by far the largest area, but that also includes a lot of pass-through sales tax that we pass through to RAFTA and the municipalities for transit purposes, along with other capital projects. The airport is the next largest, and then open space and trails, and you can see the others here on the graph. In this core focus area, we have some general fund departments and then other either special revenue or enterprise funds. And in the general fund departments, it's a 17.5% increase from the 2022 original budget. Part of this increase is a brand new department, which is infrastructure. And this is a new section of the county's budget addressing some of the priority projects that the board has, including the microgrid. And in other funds, the increase altogether is 15.2%. Again, there's a lot of capital included in this. We'll be going through them one by one in the different presentations. So today in the general fund, we'll have infrastructure, facilities, public works, and land management. Then the funds, fleet, road and bridge, solid waste center, airport, transit sales, and use tax. And that's the EOTC budget. And then we'll follow up next week with community development, REMP, open space, healthy rivers, translator, and public safety radio. So we'll start out today with infrastructure, and Rich is on the line to start this off.
Well, good afternoon, board. I'm sure you've got in front of you a number of really good-looking employees that are there and poised, ready to go. Unfortunately, I'm a recipient of the lovely COVID, so I am at home during this period of time. So I feel bad. I really wanted to be in front of you all. This is an exciting time for us. So, but I think you much appreciate me being home rather than being in front of you right now. So. Go ahead, Connie. As always, we start out putting together our infrastructure plan based around the strategic plan, which you all are familiar with. Next. It's interesting that the infrastructure services actually hits on all 3 of the core focus areas. So these are just a list of those and how it impacts that. And then we also have a purpose statement that we deliver a high quality of life based on the values and that we also have within the strategic plan. So we do have a guiding document. Next. So here's our organizational chart. So Connie, you'll have to kind of click through this. This is the county manager's chart. This has just been recently redone. So the county manager has the 2 deputies. As you know, we're going to be contracting Phyllis's, and he has human services and finance right now. Go ahead. This is the planning side. This is Kara's group that she now oversees. Next. This is where Phyllis is. Again, we've talked about that transition into policy development and review. And then this last one, this is our team that's in front of you today. So this is the infrastructure team that really deals in delivering a lot of the projects that you all approve for us each year. Next. Here's our team. Thought we'd throw up some pictures. That's myself. We've got Jody, who now is our Asset and Employee Housing Director. She is transitioned away from facilities. So Brian Pettit, Public Works Director. G.R. Fielding was just recently hired as our Engineer and Construction Director. Got Gary Tenenbaum that has joined this group now with this restructure as part of our infrastructure team. Got Jeff Kruger with telecommunications. And Dan at the airport. And both Gary and Jeff are going to be in part 2 that are going to be coming to you here later. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about the emerging trends. So we as a department on our service delivery, go ahead, next one, Connie. We're in the process of making this transition now. We met last week and as a team and talked about roles and responsibilities. Go ahead, Connie. So facilities right now, actually this morning met and have handed off facilities who used to be under Jody to Public Works. It'll go under Scott Mattice now. So we made that change internally. That will open up the ability then to put all the assets and then employee housing underneath one role, which will be headed up by Jody. But right now, as you know, HR takes on our down payment assistance, and then administration does the deed restricted. So we're going to pull those together and give some relief to HR. Long-term asset management plan, that's going to be one of the first things we're going to want Jody to start tackling. And part of that is facilities electrification study, and I'll hit on that in a minute because we're contracted and looking at how we can start switching over and using solar and trying to get off the boiler system, so, or the natural gas, I'm sorry. Engineering and construction department, we're transitioning away from Public Works, so it'll be a more global look, organizational look, and part of that is a microgrid and Public Works master plan and Phillips, and GR will talk about those here in just a minute. The airport layout plan, Dan is going to be talking to you a little bit about that. You can see that in his presentation. And then the advisory board, they continue to do great work. We'll be coming to you pretty soon with an emissions policy for your consideration. They voted to, well, they didn't vote yet. They're going to alter it. They're going to send it for public comment and review, and then vote on it and bringing it to you for your review and recommendations. So the airport, Public Works, solid waste, the ones that Connie mentioned, all those will be presenting their emerging trends here in a bit. So we're going to go ahead and start with facilities electrification, the microgrid, Phillips, and Public Works campus master plan. So I'll hit on this one real briefly. And this is a facilities electrification study. We did have a $200,000 budget this year. We have contracted with Kimley Horn. They're in the process now of assessing these facilities. We kicked it off in September. They were here last week or 2 weeks ago, met with Jody and some of her staff, toured the facilities, and are now starting to put together that document. And what this will do, it'll be woven into a capital plan that will be coming back to the board for starting to transition some of our buildings based on this electrification study. Next slide. GR, I'm going to kick it over to you. You can start talking about the microgrid.
Thanks, Rich. Again, I'm GR Fielding. I'm the Engineering and Construction Director, and I'm extremely excited to be in my new role with the county. For the microgrid, right now, we are working with some consultants to try to get this project to a 30% design. And once we have that, we'll be prepared to go out, and this project would be best delivered with a design build process. So we would hire a team with a contractor and a final design team that will put together the actual nuts and bolts and well, in this case, switches and batteries. So we are still determining exactly what we can afford with this first phase. It's the inflation that we've been seeing has hit this industry about as hard as any of them that we're seeing right now. Also, we'll be starting to look at what the IRA and some of these other funding opportunities to bring the rest of the project forward once we get this moving a little bit more. I anticipate that we'll have this package ready to go back out to bid by the end of the year. Thanks.
I might add before we flip over to Phillips is that we have contracted with City Light and Power to do that work, and then Core is also a contractor now with us. It's taken the lead on the organizational agreement. So we'll be coming to you as a board to take a look at how that operation of this whole system will end up looking with all the partners involved. But we're excited to have Core as one of our partners on this.
And we're also,
Okay.
I believe, looking at further partners, perhaps the lumberyard project when the city gets that moving forward. I mean, we're looking at where we are now, but we're keeping the door open to where we might gain more partnerships.
Right, and honestly, these first phases and this first identified microgrid is really that platform for us to figure out what those agreements look like as much as the operational piece. Because the more we dig into this, the more complicated and the more, every layer of that onion it's just a new detail that we have to figure out. So with the funding that we have right now, we'll be able to actually set up a microgrid, which will be a huge first step. That microgrid will be just the Public Works, RAFTA, and the airport at this point in time. Once we get that up and running and we are connected to the 5 megawatt solar facility that's just down Valley, and we start identifying more potentials for renewables within that microgrid, then we can start looking at who other partners can be within that, whether it's someone like CMC or the city or a lot of our adjacent neighbors out in that neighborhood.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, Connie.
So
Go ahead, GR.
Phillips Mobile Home Park, the board saw this as during the housing portion of the budget. We did put it back in here. We are looking forward to having a program come before the board, hopefully in the next few months. We have our last staff check-in on the program that we have used for this slide in a couple weeks amongst staff, and we're trying to get as many of our different departments to try to poke holes in it. But I really am pretty confident that we have something that will address most of what we've heard from the board over the last few years on this project. We're looking at programming 70 units based on our last set of direction from the board. We're looking at exactly where those units will be and try to get the massing and an idea of what that would look like from different areas.
Like GR said, this will come back to you all in a lot more detail, but we're based on the retreat and the direction we've received, we've made progress along those lines.
And the Public Works Master Plan. We have an owner's rep on the project, and we're out with everyone right now looking at what our trends are. Especially right now, we just met over the existing Public Works parcel and seeing, what sort of growth trends we're seeing, how much more space we might need in about a 25-year time frame. We're also going to be looking at the parcel that's highlighted just down Valley on that map is the part of the airport parcel that's just down Valley from Public Works. And we've heard a lot of different ideas for that parcel, so we'll get an idea of, when we start going into planning for that area, how much space all of those may need, and seeing, what that best use might be, so we can have that conversation with the board and have a lot of the data that you'll ask for.
Steve has a question.
GR, does the airport property go clear up there by the snow dump and the animal shelter building?
Sure. So that parcel actually goes all the way from just adjacent to Public Works to almost the intercept lot, to the Brush Creek parking lot ride. What we have identified there is the portion of the parcel that goes out to where the existing Sardi house is right now. So the white rectangle that is on the right side, yeah, that is the existing Sardi house right now, and so the portion of the parcel that we're really looking goes out to that point.
Is there an easement in front of that? I mean, it looks like the Sardi house must have a driveway easement across the county.
They've been accessing that parcel, so it's
it's
even if
there.
it's recorded or not, it's implied.
Either that or
But-
Andy has to jump his bike over the.
We'll see exactly where that line gets drawn through this process. But we've all heard the other ideas that have been thrown around for that area, whether it's justice or housing or whatever have you. So, and then obviously the airport and our public works facility is pretty much at capacity at this time. So.
Okay. Thank you.
So those are the big initiatives. We will be coming back to you, board, with different touchdowns as this moves or progresses along in this coming year to keep you posted, okay? But those are kind of at least highlights of those initiatives under the infrastructure group. So we'll move into the asset side and employee housing. And I
Let me
hope
just
Jody's
make
in the
sure.
room.
Let me just make sure there's no other questions from the board for GR.
Okay,
I think we're good.
thank you.
Okay. Thanks, GR.
We'll drill down.
Yeah. We expect you will.
Okay,
Is Jody in the room?
yep,
Good.
Right here.
Okay, sorry I can't see.
thank you. Today we're looking at the asset and employee housing. You can see from the first slide, I've just taken on this new division, and I'm the only employee at this point. 50% of my labor is paid from facilities, and the other 50% is housing. And we do have an administrative specialist in this year's request for 2023, who will work from the county manager's office, if approved, and I would get that person 50% of the time, and then GR would be using the person the other 50%. We are asking in this proposal too that we have a 2023 pending position for the asset and employee housing manager to create our team. And then moving on to, and that'll be vacant till mid-year. We would write a job description and come back to the board at that time and request that pending position be filled, where we could actually say more about what we need and how that position will be used.
So technically, we're not being asked for either one of those FTEs at this time?
The administrative specialist is included in the proposed budget. The assets and employee housing manager, not yet. It would be brought back as a supplemental
But the administrative
request.
specialist hasn't been approved yet.
Not approved yet, it's in the
But it's in the
proposal.
budget.
Packet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our trends, of course, I think that this restructure really
One
identifies.
sec, Kelly has her hand up.
Oh, very good.
Sorry, Jody.
Didn't see her.
Sorry, just a little more clarity on that point. Is this the position, the housing specialist or the resiliency person that's giving 50% of the time? Or is this a totally separate new request?
Yeah, Joe,
That's separate.
it's a new request, Kelly. We have been utilizing some of Jeff Kruger's administrative assistance role to help with some of our housing. And so that's going to go back full time to telecommunications. And then also the staff, Wendy, that Jody was using with some of her housing that she had under her previously, is going to facilities. So we're needing to fill that administrative support to be able to do billing, to help with procurement, to take care of rents, to help with our contract management with GR and those new projects. So this is a new position.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. So our trends, I think really the restructure determined the need for this new and really important role so that we could meet and help assist you in your housing goals. We're also able to focus on some of the climate action implementation, which was already talked about with the electrification, and many, many more projects will be involved in that as assets. I know that we want to be really involved in the prioritization of the facilities risk assessment, and I think there's been a little bit of confusion on that. We had $200,000 scheduled or budgeted in 2022 to implement some changes in risk factors that were identified by Kathy Leskinson, who was our former risk manager, where she identified she wanted us to put in some exit doors in certain locations. So we put that 200 in as that 200,000 in as a placeholder. We never did a actual assessment, so we don't have an assessment. It was just based on what Kathy was suggesting, and we were going to take it a deeper dive, but we never did. So that 200,000 is still in place. I know Brett and our team is working on figuring out what our risk assessment is. Who are we as a county for risk? Where do we want to be? Are we in full lockdown, or are we something in between what we are now and we're not? So I know we're working on that. We may or may not hire somebody this year to do an assessment. We are trying to do most of that internally right now, and then we'll figure out where to go with that. So that money's still in place. You're going to see here in the next slide that I do have we put a $500,000 budget in to implement risk assessment countywide. So the 200 was just to look at this building, but we think we need to look bigger and broader at all of our buildings and all of our employee safety. So that 500,000 is just a placeholder until we decide who and what are we going to be. Are we hiring a security guards, armed security guards? Are we building just service windows in hallways, or are we the way we are now? And I think that takes a really bigger conversation with the board, which we will be bringing back. So that, I just wanted to kind of clarify why those were in there, and that there was no 2021 risk assessment that was formally made. And then, but that 200,000 was supposed to be able to hire an architect, right? We can't implement anything if we don't have architectural, because we still have to maintain safe egress and building codes and all of that. That's why that was in there. And that's why the 500's in there as well for permitting and implementation. And then lastly, or well, not lastly, but we have a lot of deferred replacements, which we're working on, but we put all of those on hold in 2021 and 22, pending this electrification study. We really want to make sure that we're doing it right the first time instead of putting stuff in. If you recall, we had gas library boilers we were wanting to replace, which are limping along every single day. So they will be one of our priorities, but they really are at the end of life, but we are holding as long as we can. And then one of our other trends is the City of Aspen implemented an ordinance for the Aspen Building IQ program. So we are complying with that as an assets team, making sure we're getting all the data in so that we're in compliance. We have 5 buildings right now that are over 20,000 square feet that we have to meet that, and the deadline's the 31st. But then they'll probably have more things that will come along with that in the future years. We have the same issues as everybody else, limited budget, bidders, high cost of materials and constructions, and mostly delays. For an example, the supply chain is just really clogging up our ability to replace a VAV at the courthouse right now, where we have, half the building is not heated. We were hoping that it was going to be warmer a little longer, but, so we're gonna be on space heaters for those areas for another couple of weeks until they get in here. So those are just kind of some of the challenges that we deal with. Let's see. Our capital projects this year are really all about, the senior center is our major one. If you recall, in 2022, we had $270,000 budgeted, I believe. We only got one bid, and it was based on begging, and it was so high that we couldn't implement the project. So we increased the amount this year. Hopefully, we can get that bid to come in more competitive and more reasonable. But we did budget what our estimate is now. So,
Steve, go ahead.
I was wondering if you could kind of bundle a couple of smaller projects into one bigger one. Now, I don't know, besides the senior center, if there are other small remodel things that could be put into one larger contract, which might be more attractive to a contractor to do more things.
Yeah, I think we would love to do that. One of the things I think the infrastructure team has done is that we've really taken a step back this year. And this is kind of, 2023 is really our planning year. It's to plan and really be strategic and budget and really look at the bigger picture. And I think Rich has done a good job of helping guide us and bring us into these teams that's going to be able to do that. There are no other small ones that I'm aware of at this point, but we would certainly do that. And now we're working with GR in a more collaborative effort. Maybe there is an opportunity with the airport or with GR. But
We could tie these two solar projects together. That would make sense.
No, absolutely. Yeah, the two solar projects are just really to meet your climate goals.
Yeah.
So those, they're very different. One is a whole roof and solar panel system. So the roof is actually the solar panels. The other one is just panels. So, but we could certainly bid those together and see if we could get that.
some.
Yeah, absolutely.
You mean like solar tiles? Is that
Yeah.
what- Okay.
Yeah,
That's
solar
gonna be
tiles.
in Southside.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay. Right.
and then River Park will just have more of the traditional panels. And then the detention facility, assets will be a big part of that, to
Wherever it
really,
may go.
really, we're thinking about that.
Can I
So
take
Greg
you
and
back
then-
just
yeah.
to Phillips? I see
Steve, are you good?
if you mentioned Phillips, I didn't hear it. Just regarding operations management need to be streamlined back in the previous page. Got
Yes.
ahead of me.
So Phillips, we're really not meeting, it's costing us more than what we're bringing in. So we presented the housing budget last week, and we talked a little bit, and we've asked to be able to increase their rent. I think
Right.
we're bringing that back to you. But I am giving them, I'm sending them a letter to let them know that there's a potential that their rent will
Just to
be
give 'em a heads
increased.
up.
Yeah, give them a
Got
heads
it.
up.
And then regarding a streamlined communication beyond just this message to them, but what else is happening there?
Well, I think
what
the
needs
in-
to happen?
Yeah, the intent is really that, I see it as my job as the employee housing director is to really be the conduit to that community as the park is being, the development and the planning and the design and the impacts. I know that I've been around there this whole summer and people are like, what's happening? What's happening? So I really want to make sure that we're really communicating well with them, maybe have homeowners meetings of just, how do we become better engaged in partnership with them?
Got it.
Yeah.
Great. I know you have a tough job because it occurs to me that any news you give them will be bad news for them regarding costs because it's a very low cost that they're paying to be there. So we know it's costing more, but.
I think
so-
we've done some good things this summer. We did a whole week of recycling out there where we put containers so that they could sort all their materials, and we did that for free to
cleanup.
help clean up the site. And they loved it. It was just well received, well managed. It was just really fantastic.
Great.
Great
And
feedback.
I think they're happy that they're still there.
Yes.
Yeah. You gotta keep that theme going. They're still there.
So that's pretty much all I have. I know there was another question from one of the board members about consulting fees. And I just kind of wanted to maybe answer that ahead of time. I know that there's some consulting fees that were in the budget as far as space planning.
Right.
And the space planning that we do generally doesn't cost us anything. We bring in the furniture providers. They will shift and move things on paper for us. They'll give us a quote for any added parts we need. This is why we did the flexible furniture, so that if they need the wall higher or they need it lower or we're taking away, we can modify that. So they don't charge us for that service. We have two different providers for that. Neither one charges us, but they know that that's the business that they'll provide those pieces and parts because it's a system that we have. So I just wanted to kind of answer that question.
I think Francie had a comment recently just about a fee for planning for
Yeah,
reorganization.
the future workspace planning.
Future workspace.
And that's
yeah.
what I'm talking about.
God, but
Yeah,
that
they're
was
helping
there was
us.
there was a price tag on that.
Yeah, 200,000 is in the budget for that.
And I think that's really to implement the actual pieces and parts.
Not just the consulting. 'Cause
Correct.
Francie was getting ready to go upstairs and move furniture. We had to hold her back.
No, yeah, and right now, like I said, we're doing the patrol room. ComDev's asked us to look at it. The county manager's asked us to look at it. With the new employees that are coming in, we need to shift gears about how we're using space, and so that's
And the
what
old
we're working
employees who
on.
are coming back.
Coming back. So that's all I have.
Kelly, you still have your hand up, Kelly. Did you want to add, or?
No, I'm sorry, I'll put
Okay.
it down.
That's okay. Just want to make sure I didn't miss you. Okay, next, moving on. Thank you, thank you.
I'm gonna stay.
You can stay, you can all stay. Nobody has to leave their snacks in the back. We can stay the whole rest of the day. Everybody's coming up.
So the next section is the Pickens County Facilities Operations Budget. We, as you know, we've transitioned, and that just actually happened about an hour ago. And I just wanted to introduce Scott Mattice. He is our the new Public Works Deputy Director, and he will be.
Congratulations, sir. Nice high school picture.
And he will be taking over facilities operations, who is managed by Jay Clark, and he's our facilities operations manager. So I'm going to be stepping out of the day-to-day stuff. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay, his very first presentation with the Board of County Commissioners. And then we'll be here to answer questions, any one of the three of us.
Well, welcome.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you.
And
Congratulations.
we're not as scary as we look sitting up here, so
Okay, I appreciate that.
we're actually very friendly.
Well, with facilities, I guess just to sum it all up, our job is to help provide a secure and safe environment as well as a comfortable environment for our county, our employees, and the citizens of it. That is a summary of facilities in a nutshell. Our organizational chart is there in front of you. We are missing a senior service technician. We have a vacant position there. And we also have two vacant part-time positions in our custodial staff. We are looking at different options right now, on how to fill those. Our trends and issues, I'd say that one of our biggest trends is our building automation system and the upgrades that we've had implemented with it. We are now able to track and monitor our building operation costs, our energy efficiency, and we've been able to reduce our carbon footprint as a whole by doing that. I'd say our issues are the same issues that everybody else is encountering right now. We have supply chain issues, increasing costs, increased in vendors, and lack of contractors to support our projects. No different than anybody else, so we're making our way through it. And I'd have to say that our greatest opportunity right now is our new role under Public Works, and we're looking forward to getting that going. The next slide is our budget, and I'll let Connie address that.
So
So facilities operations, this does not include the capital projects, but it does. Thank you. Facilities operations does not include the capital projects, but it does include capital maintenance projects. So there's an overall 7% increase, which is fairly modest considering the cost of wage increases and the costs of goods and services with inflation. And not really much else here to point out. It includes all of the planning that's been mentioned before, the Public Works Master Plan, future workspace implementation, the risk and safety improvements are all included in this budget here.
So is the decrease in salary personnel, as part of that, the shift, the restructuring?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was thinking it's part of the shift. I was looking at thinking, oh, is more being contracted out to professional and technical services? Is that a separate category altogether, or is that?
No, the professional and technical services include some of these planning and implementation processes, like the Public Works Master Plan.
Got it. Okay. All right.
And I do have a question. Since your photograph was of Veterans Park, is the facilities oversee Veterans Park? Or how does that fit
Yes.
into our site?
We manage and maintain it. And I know that we have a veteran who's very worried about the marble stone. And we keep it clean and maintain it, so,
So then I need to talk to you about the proposed new addition of a plaque
yes,
in Veterans Park.
yes. I think you would talk to.
Okay, with you? Okay, and then this lady over here and I are gonna be looking at the roses before Veterans Ceremony on the 11th of November. So we'll let you know if we need help. So we're gonna just spruce the roses up a wee bit before the ceremony.
Defrost
For
them.
Veterans Day. Yeah, okay, thank you. Anything else? See, you did a great job. So
Thank you.
welcome. In your new position, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay,
now we're going
next we have Public Works.
Sorry, Jake.
to the Photo Op of the Year Award.
Patty, we appreciate you taking to those roses too. Thank you for doing that.
I have kind of a thing about him, and with my veteran
Yes, you
father,
do.
so, yeah. And Phyllis
Very
and I are.
important. In fact, I believe you adopted those during the construction project to make sure they survive.
Oh,
So
yeah, I
thank you for
fought
that.
for those roses, and Phyllis was my consultant over here.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Rich. Okay, Brian,
Great.
curly, that much, I'm like, whoa.
I'm Brian Pettit, I'm the Public Works Director, and we have had some transition with Public Works as we've gone over already. So we look forward to working with facilities and the new structure that we have there. But if we can go to the next one. So we did spruce up our pictures for our organization this time. Romany had a good idea, and so we went with it. And as we know, when you're growing up, you kind of install your values during that time, and these pictures illustrate a time of life when our values are probably set and we bring to the county. Three of the people here grew up in the Midwest: Matt, myself, and Kathy Hall. Scott Mattias grew up just south of here in Durango, and Linda DePriest was a military child, so she grew up around the world, frankly.
And Romany was born here.
Our two local people, Romany and Bert Pierce, have been listed. Bert grew up in Basalt and graduated from Basalt High, and of course Romany right here in Aspen. So Bert's on there just because he's retiring in March. So with 35 years with the county, he's done a remarkable job. He's a go-to guy. He's the guy that would be scooping off the stoop at Public Works at 7 o'clock in the morning, getting ready for people to arrive, and happy to hop in a backhoe or a plow truck or fix a door that needed to be repaired. So we will miss Bert once he retires.
Irreplaceable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
But I have a question about Romany. Is this did we just get her right out of high school last year from this
This
photo op?
this is a recent photo.
I'm like, wait a minute, she picks the photos and yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yes, it is remarkable. So, yeah, but some of us lose our hair and wrinkles grow in, so.
And some of us just get younger by the day.
Exactly. This is the organizational chart for Public Works. As you can see on the left-hand side, we developed the Deputy Director of Public Works with the 3 maintenance areas reporting to Scott. So there will hopefully be some synergies there where the maintenance applications can take advantage of each other's expertise and hopefully do some employee sharing and have an efficient operation. We also added Linda DePriest, the Regional Transportation Director, as a direct report to me. So those things happened. And Connie, if you can go back to the previous slide, please. The thing I failed to mention was the coming soon people. Road and Bridge Manager, I think we're having interviews tomorrow, so we hope to have that filled soon. And the County Engineer was filled by someone you've met before by the name of Andrew Knapp, who comes out of CDOT, is the resident engineer out of Glenwood Springs. So he will start November 28th as the County Engineer to replace G.R. Fielding.
I worked with him at a very non-controversial meeting about North Star. And it was actually very controversial, and he was very calm.
Yeah, we look forward to working with Andrew.
That'd be great.
And go ahead and next one. Out of this slide, the things I want to point out was just the need to really collaborate with our partners that provide service to the residents of Pickens County. The U.S. Forest Service, CDOT, Bureau of Land Management, Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, Town of Basalt. Anything that's done of any magnitude in this valley is a cooperative effort between jurisdictions. It's rare that one thing that services the residents of Pickens County is done by one entity. There's usually collaboration and cooperation required to get those things done. We will be, with the approval of the budget for it, which is in the Road and Bridge budget, be taking on the cost of cleanup between the Aspen Airport, Aspen Pitkin County Airport, and the Aspen Village. So that would be a contract that we would have with CDOT, and I believe Del Winnie's contract is up in March. So about that time frame, if everything goes smoothly, Pitkin County would assume that role, and the signs, the 16 plus signs could come down.
Yeah, we
the
can't
highway.
wait. We're gonna have a celebration. It's about 60K, 60,000.
That's right.
Billboards.
The billboards are gonna
Billboards.
be gone. We're gonna have happy people. Steve, please.
So I had a question about that, the 60,000, does that anticipate we would still do the volunteer days when we get county employees out there doing the cleanup? Is that it would still be 60,000 with that?
Yeah, so the 60,000 is a contract with Colorado Department of Transportation, and then they pay a private firm to clean the highway. Now, if we wanted to go out and do additional cleaning for whatever reason, we could. But that
was
would be
fun.
up to.
That's actually
Well,
fun.
that's what, I mean, I would hope that we could have an element of at least county taking on a stretch of that, maybe not the whole thing, but, because that's a really feel-good thing to get out and some fresh air and make the highway look cleaner.
Great.
Now, just clarify for me, the 60,000, is it flowing from CDOT to Pitkin County to take this on?
No, it's flowing from us to them.
We're paying, oh, right, that's what Del Winnie did, they paid
That's
CDOT.
right.
And then CDOT's supposed to take care of it, but they won't, sorry.
And it's
They
coming
just
out
don't
of
have
your
to-
salary because
they
you've
won't have the
insisted
time.
upon it.
Will you be sweeping shale bluffs for bicyclists?
I think we can discuss that, yeah. as
At a
part of
later
the
date.
I saw it on your list here.
Yeah.
Continued growth of electric bike use on county roads.
Yeah.
That's a state road.
Yes, it
But-
is. But we're hoping
but-
that CDOT staffs up and can take care of the road. I think they're trying right now, and we just met through the Intermountain Transportation Planning Region, and CDOT's really infusing a lot of money to incentivize people to move to the mountains and work for them, because they realize what a problem it is hiring maintenance workers.
You and
So-
I need to sit down and catch up on the TPR.
We can do that.
But Greg, yeah, and Steve, I think if we, doing that cleanup at least once or twice, spring and fall, along that section from the intercept, or Park and Ride to Cozy Point for lunch. It's perfect. And it's helpful, and I think staff likes getting out there doing that. I mean, and that's the safest stretch, I think, for us to put people out on the road.
Was that Kent Blackmer who kind of did that, or? Was
No, it was county staff that took care of it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
I couldn't
so-
remember who was.
Ken's was more bikes and trails.
Okay, somebody
Yeah,
else.
James Gilliam.
It was
kinda
James,
came-
thank
yeah,
you. I was
Yeah.
thinking of James, yeah.
Spearheaded it.
But he's gone.
He is, yeah.
So who's the new James?
But we'll figure that out based on
Okay.
this
Right.
conversation. The last thing there with regard to electric bikes, I think we need to start monitoring that use on county roads. And based on the highest use on county roads, I think to collaborate with Open Space and Trails to try to provide a little more infrastructure there. As you know, we are looking at Maroon Creek Road and possibly creating a climbing lane from Highlands up to the Bells. So it may not be a continuous climbing lane based on topography, but I think we can get something done
It's a
there.
climbing, swimming lane,
Yeah.
there's one section
Great,
here in the river.
Great to hear about that, thank you.
Yeah,
As they say, an e-bike is a much better alternative than buying an electric vehicle, if you can. Of course, we have winter here, but you know, it's a super efficient way to get around if you can ride an e-bike. And a lot of people are getting them and using them. I see more and more e-bike converts all the time, for commuting at least.
Yes. And the last thing I want to say is I do want to compliment the board and the county leadership. I think we've done a great job of addressing the attraction and retention of employees so far. I think we've got a long way to go, but I've noticed differences in the attitude and the retention of employees to date. So really appreciate that effort to try to stem that tide of people leaving. So I think we've got more work to do, but we've done a lot of good work so far.
and from your photos, we actually make people look younger all the time.
And that's,
Okay, I don't see any other questions from the board. Okay, Brian, are you still
Great.
moving?
we are, invite the young Romany up to take on.
Hi, Romany.
Hasn't changed a bit.
Great photos.
Oh, thank you.
I love the rosette.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
Very
It was-
cool.
And it was really big when
Yeah,
you
it's
see it
very
in
cool.
person. It was a big
Makes you
boy.
want to go.
Yeah, right under the fence, kind of hard. I'm Romany, Picken County Land Management, involved with invasive species control, education, enforcement, and general fund land management. So we just want to follow through. I met with you several weeks ago to get the second reading approved for the new weed management plan, which aligns with the state. So that's what we're doing. We're aligning with the state of Colorado, their Noxious Weed Act, and then we provide outreach and education as well to county landowners regarding noxious weed management. Emerging issues and trends, same across for every other department, everywhere across the world, increasing costs, fuel, chemicals, labor, and mapping software. And then, of course, the same local issues with soil disturbances, absentee landowners, and lack of awareness. As I'm sure you've noticed, populations that we've had quite a bit of, including whitetop. Thistle has just been doubling, tripling in population. We still have thistle blooming right now. And we're also having newer species, things you don't see very much of, including purple loosestrife and Dalmatian toadflax in abundance. So I'm just trying to get more outreach for those particular species that you just don't see as much of, as opposed to our thistle and whitetop populations.
Boy, that spurge looks like they planted it.
Oh, the next slide, isn't that?
Yeah.
That to me, this is why I really want to beef up our public outreach, because the map on the left is the cypress spurge mapping done by the Colorado Department of Agriculture in 2018. Nothing in Pitkin County. I took that photo this past summer, and that's a huge berm, and it does look like it was purposely planted. And so to me, public outreach is probably our #1 tool right now. I need to get out there. Yes, it's a beautiful plant, but no, please don't plant it.
And yes, it's in the city.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
There was some,
think it was cypress spurge on Capitol Creek on a couple private
Okay,
properties.
right, yeah. I mean, it's beautiful. I was actually really excited for about 30 seconds to find it.
We were pulling it
Yeah,
on gardening projects, so it might be all gone, but I could go
Right.
back and check on those and
well, I,
just see.
I think there's probably a nursery somewhere out there. You know, it looks like a succulent, it's beautiful.
I'll
so-
check that out next summer
Yeah.
when I'm out there.
What else would it be called? Does it have another name? Like a,
You know, I haven't heard that, but I
okay, just wondering.
might, yeah, because you see those things.
And then
Donkey tail, which is for the myrtle spurge, so. So again, increase public outreach. Want to do an all-county mailing like Road and Bridge does every year. Just getting that postcard out in the spring. Let's look for this. Here's our website. Here's our weed management plan. Here's our contact information. Doing the Spanish language printing. And then I've requested a one-time digital book binding so we can make actual printable book binding or books that we can print in-house. Education and training, it's just beefed up a wee bit because of the increased cost of travel and fuel. We do offer training to our weed board, our weed advisory board, so that would be in there as well. And then we increased the spray contract. It's actually out to bid right now. It closes on the 4th. So we put that out at $95,000 just because of that fuel cost increase, and the chemicals across the board are increasing, and they're anticipating that to stay that way.
Okay.
So the land management budget is a fairly small budget overall, but you do see the largest increase in the other services, and that's where that weed contracting comes in, where you see the bigger price increases.
Okay. I
Any
have to go
questions?
back to the spurge picture.
Yes.
I'm gonna look at you and Steve. So you have the yellow, which is the cypress spurge. What's the lower ground cover that has the little yellow flower? Do you know what that is?
Let me see.
Because there's two species there.
Yeah, to me it was mainly the cypress spurge, which
It's
has
the big one that looks more like the
but it
succulent.
has that undercoat. It looks like almost like a pine or a spruce tree underneath,
Right.
with
But-
those yellow, just like the leafy spurge, kind of yellow
But
blossom.
then that little ground cover that's there with the yellow, is it
yeah,
different?
I
leaf?
didn't
That's something
catch what
different?
that was. I can go
Because
back and look.
My neighbor has it, it's beautiful, it's growing into my yard, and I'll have to figure out if I'm,
Okay, I'll
I'm
go find out
feeding
what it
weed
is, and I'll
species.
let you know. I'll email
Yeah.
you.
see what I can find out, let you know too.
Thank you.
Any questions for Romany? No. Good job, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you know, I did have one, sorry.
board.
It takes a while. It just took a while for it to get here to my synapse
I
and then through
understand.
and then back.
He-
It
Go
takes
ahead.
me a while.
It's okay.
I was thinking. You know, we're talking about fire mitigation. For instance, in Brush Creek, I know we're going to try and do some yet this fall. We keep being told they're going to come and do some mulching, stuff like that. And I keep thinking if they're going to tear out scrub oak and sarvisberry and stuff like that and leave it, the first thing that comes back is probably going to be thistle and invasive species of various sorts. And I'm just wondering if we start seeing serious fire mitigation done throughout the county. This is on county right-of-way, but I'm just wondering, you know, should we be thinking about increasing? I'm worried about the chemicals. I don't know enough about the chemicals. I think it's a good time to give us an update on that. And then I'm trying to get a grip on what it's going to take to control invasive species if we're denuding
Right.
land that's had scrub oak on it.
And I'm not sure the process is behind the fire mitigation, if there's any sort of re-veg plan that people are taking on when they're doing that. I'm really not very
Right. So
knowledgeable
that's an
about
opportunity to get with our fire
Right, and-
people.
And I had reached out to the fire department as well, and I'd like to get more information, just because it always comes when I do a site visit. I always get questions regarding fire mitigation, which I think they're hand in hand. It's land management. I think that's probably something to look into with
If we
that
could
re-veg.
advise them what to seed with,
Right.
Maybe
And we
we're
do-
already doing that. but-
Right, and we do have all those, the seed mixes for various property types, so
Yeah, but anytime you disturb the soil, the noxious weeds just
they just love
They
it.
love it.
feed on that.
Yeah.
The good news is we issue permits for that action, so we can make that a requirement of the permit, that they include revegetation as part of fire mitigation, which should be done.
It's a great idea.
So we can do that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Steve or Kelly? Okay. None. Thank you.
Think about
Thanks, Romany.
noxious weeds every day.
And Steve's our noxious weed guy. All right. So I gotta go back to the pictures here.
It's gonna be hard to tell which one's
I do
me.
have
Yeah.
a quick question actually for Connie, Patty.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Connie, I may just be driving myself crazy here, but when I'm looking at the general fund components of the flourishing natural built environment, is there an easy way to link them to the line item general fund budget?
When we present the general fund 5-year plan, it's many, many departments all combined together. So we group it we present the 5-year plan to you not by department, but by type of expenditure. So the 5-year plan will have professional and technical services, and then property services, other services, supplies. And so we present it by category, and that does have all the different general fund departments, the sheriff and the jail and land management and everything all combined. So when we're going through department by department, we present the charts like this one on land management, so you can see that section of the general fund budget. And then when we bring the general fund budget back as a whole, it's all of those combined.
Okay.
Does that help?
So I
Or is
just
there
have driving
something we can
crazy.
pull out better for you?
Not right now, but there might be, so thank you.
Okay. Yeah, just
I'm
let,
trying to, I'm looking at some of our special projects related to the microgrid and all that, and I'm kind of like, oh, how are these falling in here? But
yeah,
you and I can talk about that.
yeah, the
separately.
microgrid is actually in the capital fund. So
Okay.
that one's pulled out separately and does have its own line showing in the capital fund 5-year plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now we're getting to the big bucks.
That's what we do.
That's what you do. Those little vehicles out there are not cheap these days.
They are not. My name's Matt Bergstresser. I'm the new fleet manager.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So first is our organizational chart. As you see, fleet manager, a couple operations supervisors, 5 mechanics, and 1 warehouse purchasing specialist, which is a vacant position right now. Some of our emerging trends and issues. Big thing we're facing right now is just hiring and retention, bringing in new staff. A lot of our guys are driving from Newcastle, Rifle, Silt, so the excessive drive time, getting to and from work is a big deal. The commuter van for us is a huge job perk that we appreciate that you guys provide for us. Increasing delays and pricing of all of our services and products. Order windows right now are 365 days out, 2 years out to even be able to obtain an asset. Order windows are open for a day sometimes. Chevy closed in less than 24 hours.
Jeez.
So 10,000 vehicles got sold pretty quick. And just some advancements in technology. We're going to mobile data terminals in all of the sheriff vehicles, GPS, body cameras. So some of the technology we're fighting with, along with the IoT, which is Internet of Things. A lot of people are switching over to that. It's sensors, software, technology, stuff like that. It just exchanges information over the internet. So big projects we're working on. Capital replacement, currently looking to do 6 new Tahoes for the Sheriff's Department. Just standard replacement, high mileage, old, and then excessive repairs.
Excuse me a sec. Can we just go back? One, I'm looking at the semi tractor. I'm thinking, where did that come
The
from?
Wagner, I was wondering.
And
if
then,
you-
also, I just wanted to ask, how many people do you have commuting from that far out?
Just about everybody. So our closest staff member is in Redstone, and then we got 2 in Rifle, Silt, and Newcastle, and myself.
And
in
they
Glenwood
use the
Springs.
computer van.
We have a commuter van that
Commuter vans, 4
that picks
days a week
everyone up.
working
4
days.
days during the summertime, and then when we do our split schedule, it goes 5 days.
Got it, okay, thank you.
And
Yep.
they like living in
Okay,
the Rifle in
and
Newcastle.
the tractor?
Yeah, where did that guy come from?
That is belongs to Wagner out of
Oh.
Denver. So that's a Nikola truck that they're currently running. It's a 9 battery powered semi.
So that's an electric vehicle?
Correct. Yep, 100% electric. They're running that as kind of a prototype test in the area. They've been running it up and down the mountains to see kind of what they can do with
So
it.
it didn't bring anything up? is
No,
it?
that's our tractor trailer. That's our trailer right there.
Oh, it pulled your trailer
Yep, so our
up.
pulled
So
our
this
trailer
is
up.
semi is the electric.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. So that's the delivery of one of our new assets. It's got about a 300 to 350 mile range. So the problem with
Barely,
something
they're
like
holding
that.
their breath when they pull into town.
Oh yeah, no, he had to stop in like gypsum, and he had to charge multiple times. And going over the mountains, it doesn't do the best. But
Especially with a heavy load.
the
Interesting, yeah, I'd love to learn more
problem you
about
face
that.
with that is it takes about 190 kilowatts to charge that thing. So if we were trying to charge that at our shop right now, it'd probably take about 6 days. So
It should have solar on the roof of the cab.
yeah,
No,
it might be good for the
seriously.
radio.
It'll
That's
take about
it.
7 years to charge in that.
Yeah, exactly.
They may take care of the radio.
Yeah.
He can sing along while he's waiting for the
Yeah,
charge.
exactly. Waiting for his lunch to be delivered. So sheriff's office, pretty standard, 6 Tahoes based off mileage and just repair. 2 custom detention vans. We're looking to add some stuff that's more friendly for transport of passengers, ADA compliant, along with isolated little cells, if you'd call them, for driver safety to keep the riders in their own area. Road and Bridge, 2 Kenworth plow trucks. We actually asked for a supplemental this year because we thought they were going to be available for order in June, and that window still has not opened. So that's a truck that's probably 18 to 24 months out if we can even order one right now. The ambulance district, we're looking to replace 1 ambulance, and that SUV is an additional request. And what they're looking to do with that is they have 2 battalion chiefs now. So they'd like to send battalion chiefs to all the calls ahead of time, to get there a little bit faster, assess what's going on, and then be in front of the ambulance to call for additional resources, whatever they may need. Also, with that, they're going to be doing a lot more remote stuff, so going up the backside of Little Annie's, backside of Aspen Mountain, stuff like that. So gives them opportunity to keep those big, heavy ambulances off those bumpy roads and send a Tahoe in its place.
And that's pending their ballot measure.
Correct, yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Don't bring that up again. So question, in light of the difficulty in getting vehicles, I would imagine we could get a little more money for when we sell our replacement vehicles. Because
Correct.
people right now are, like we are, those windows open, trying to get a car through a dealership is tough. So that's a positive, hopefully, spin on it.
Yeah, and this was the first year we actually, for our sheriff vehicles, we stripped all of our decals, disabled all the lighting system, and offered them to outside agencies. We got more money than we ever have, and we helped county of, I think Lafayette was one of them. I can't remember the other one off the top of my head.
Some of the smaller counties that don't
yeah,
have a lot of.
that could buy a car. We sold them for about $18,000 a piece, which we were normally getting like 10. So
Yeah, well, that's good. We
Across
like,
the board,
we
it
like doing
helped.
that. Were we able during that window of time with Chevy to get any vehicles?
yeah, so we pre-ordered our cars in June.
I remember when you came forward for that and we said, get them while you
Yeah.
can.
So we ordered 14 vehicles at that point. We already lost 4 of them just because they want to put cars back into the consumer market. So we're just going to kind of adapt with what we can do.
Good. And I know we lost one right out here in front of the building. the
Yeah,
other day.
that one's fixable.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay. That was interesting.
It's at the body shop now.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yep. More replacements. So fleet, not much this year. Just looking to replace one of our floor clean machines for the shop. Keep it looking nice for all those parties that we have. The airport, looking at 2 3,500 pickups, 1 skid steer and some additional attachments, 1 972 loader, 2 fully electric EV vehicles, which will be replacing some of the gas trucks that we have over there. And an additional request would be the UTV. The UTV would be used for checking fences, repairs on the infield when it's too wet, and those in shoulder seasons when we can't get a big piece of equipment out, because typically it does more damage than good. So
You can't take that new snowcat out there? That's
No.
pretty nice. I saw that
that's
the
pretty
other
nice
day.
as well.
UTV, I'm trying to, what's the,
It's like,
Like
it's
an
an all-terrain
ATV?
vehicle, yeah, so like kind of a six-seater, four-wheel drive, small,
Yeah, like you see on the back of
Yeah,
Aspen Mountain,
like-
but we're gonna see it on the runway.
yeah, which we, yeah. The
A
cars that we
six-seater,
don't.
that's big.
Yeah, a little six-seater, so just two bench seats that go across.
got it, okay.
I'm sure, you know, they'll probably have 2 or 3 guys in there.
And carrying stuff out there.
Yeah, filling potholes, stuff like that.
Right, got it, thanks.
They had to get a snowcat out there because when they plow the runway, sometimes the center where the grass is now gets so high they have to pack it down for
Right.
visual.
Right.
So they have it's very cool, small gauge snowcat out there. You could do
think
some
I've seen it.
great back night skiing off Aspen Mountain with that baby. It's really nice. Okay, we are going to
Terminals.
the
Used to
new
be called a gas
terminals.
pump.
Yeah. So the one on the left, that's our fuel terminal. That's what we use at all of our fueling locations. Unfortunately, the technology we have now is no longer supported, so we're moving to IoT-based terminals. They'll be hosted by the manufacturer on their servers, taking up their data space. EV terminals. So we're looking to upgrade some EV infrastructure at the Public Works facility. We're looking to upgrade and move to a paid charge point system or something similar of the sort, following kind of the City of Aspen's platform, what they're looking for. And then at the airport, we're looking to put in infrastructure itself and terminals. So we'll be digging conduit, putting electrical in the ground. That, as of right now, will be inside the fence to provide charging for what we're looking for, short term and hopefully long term. It's going to be just some level 2 chargers right now that will be able to charge cars that they can use to run around. And then potentially, you know, we have some heavy equipment maybe years down the road that we'd be able to bring in.
Got it. And have you chosen the actual, is it charge point, or are you looking at the other?
No,
other
we're
providers?
kind of open to everything right now. The City of Aspen is using ChargePoint. They've had really good success with them. It's something that's available on state build, so we're kind of following some of their mottos, but we're not committed to anything yet.
Got it, yeah, I'd encourage you to look at some of the others just to see, you know, I know Electrify America is a big one now.
Mhm.
I don't know, Tesla's expanding or not
Yep.
in here, but.
The biggest thing for us is having support. You know, what we currently have is there's no tech support. They have to fly someone in, and the thing's always broken. So
Right, yeah.
So we could work with the city, we could bring those people in together.
yeah,
What is mobile skid?
that's our mobile fuel skid at the landfill for filling the
Okay.
assets that can't come down to the actual terminal. So the bulldozer, all
Then
the
you could
big
just
stuff, the packer.
Pull the skid around the thing,
Yeah.
and you're fueled and you're out.
Yeah, so it lives in the back of a pickup truck, and it's all integrated into our server, so it can fuel and track all that. Some of the major budget increases, as you guys know, fuel, it's kind of an unknown right now, so we're seeing anywhere from 30 to 50% depending on the day of the week. So that was increased pretty significantly, and the same with parts. A lot of the technology stuff is getting harder and harder to get, and we've seen increases across the board. Maintenance and repair, you know, everyone's kind of in the same boat. We are paying more for parts, more expensive to get it there, so that was an increase. Technical and service fees, a lot of that is due to IoT hosting, geotabs. We're putting GPS tracking in a lot of the vehicles, so that's accounting for that. And last but not least is the tool allowances. So we increased tool allowances this year to help retain techs and help get new staff in the door. So that was a significant increase.
Are you tracking cost comparison, maintenance and expense comparisons for the EVs?
The EVs, we have so few of them, it's not a great data point for us, but we can still pull all that stuff up.
Got it. I was just thinking that it'd be really nice to see what maintenance and equivalent fuel costs
Mm-hmm.
is on the EVs going forward. As
Mhm.
the cost of fuel, of course, goes up, that might make them more attractive.
Yeah, it's pretty minimal on those. It's, you know, tires, some wipers, and some
Right.
cabin air filters usually.
Exactly,
So.
yeah, minimal maintenance.
Yep.
Yeah, especially when you talk to people that own Teslas, there's a lot more maintenance.
Yeah. And then just a little bit of a summary. So Tahoe's, we talked about 7 units for the airport, 2 detention vans, a floor cleaner at our shop, a couple Kenworth trucks and a motor grader for road and bridge, the ambulance Tahoe, which is an additional unit that's pending, and the ambulance itself, IoT terminals for all of our fuel sites, and EV charging and infrastructure.
Wow,
Can I jump in with a question?
sure.
Thanks. I guess I'm wondering, because we haven't really, either at EOTC or at this board, had a conversation related to pros and cons of a benefit of charging for EV charging stations. And I'm just wondering if, you know, that is a question that CORE can advise us on. I mean, it doesn't seem to me like we're at enough of a tipping point of accelerated EV adoption that maybe we want to think if we are going to charge for it or not.
I think we're looking at doing that at Public Works, is
Yeah, that-
bringing in a charging system,
Correct.
not a charging for the
A
charging
paid
system.
fee system
Yeah.
for charging, correct.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm questioning.
If it's too early to do that, is
You-
what you're, to
you-
charge for
Is
it.
that what you're saying, Kelly? You think it might be too soon to charge for that, or you think we should?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we've had the EV adoption and transformation of gas-powered cars to EV cars is at a tipping point to where we would want to remove an incentive for it. So it just seems like a bit of a policy question that, you know, I would love for CORE to kind of advise the county and really the EOTC on, you know, does it make sense for us to be charging for EV charging as a service yet? Or do we have some tipping point that we reach before we start to do that?
That's a great question. I would add, does it make sense to charge something just to establish that, because it's still really cheap compared to gas. But there does seem to be demand for more chargers. I'm seeing, you know, a lot of comments online about long lines now in chargers elsewhere than here. I haven't seen it here so much, maybe a little bit at the Intercept lot, and I haven't monitored the ones in town, but more chargers is going to be necessary, and I'm just wondering if charging something isn't such a bad thing as, you know, helping build out the infrastructure.
It'd be interesting to see why the city changed their mind. That's probably a good starting point for us.
So the city is basing their charging off of kind of like the national average. So national average right now is like 24 or 25 to 40 cents per kilowatt. And I think they set their target at 10 to 30 cents. So they're significantly less than everyone else, but I think it's just to kind of start covering some of that infrastructure.
Right.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
Thanks for bringing that up, Kelly.
A Tahoe, 75 grand.
Fully outfitted, yeah. Right now we're about a $20,000+ build for a sheriff vehicle.
Jeez, that's incredible. Okay, so we are at a decision point. So, right?
So the 2023 budget and 5-year plan for fleet, on the revenue side, a little over 4 million in revenues projected. The revenues for the fund are mainly, Mike, sorry.
Take two.
A little over 4 million in revenues. The revenues are mainly service charges to county departments, but there is also some revenue from the Aspen Fire Protection District and some fuel sales. The costs, as Matt went through and explained, there is some additional machinery and equipment this year, so there's a bit of a use of fund balance, but then projecting surpluses in future years. So,
That's at 86.6.
any questions?
Do I have any questions from the board? Okay, so this is a decision point just to move it forward. It is not a formal approval. It's just allowing staff to move it forward to our budget decisions in December 7th, I think.
Yep.
So we're good? Kelly, you're good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So, Connie, we are doing really well.
We're doing well, and
Thanks for
Patty,
coming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
just let me know when the board needs a break this afternoon.
Yeah, we have a break technically between fleet and engineering, but we're running about 40 minutes ahead of schedule. So if the board would like to take a short break now, or do you want to go on? Do we have everybody here from Engineering Road? Capital?
We do not.
Okay, then we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, Grassroots? Thank you. Perfect. Great, welcome back. Today is Tuesday, the 25th of, is it the 25th or the 24th? God, I can't believe that. The 25th of October, 2022, continuation of the Board of County Commissioners budget discussion. And we are now at engineering and road capital. So, gosh, welcome, gentlemen. Nice to see you. And the floor is yours.
Thanks. Again, I'm G.R. Fielding. I'm the Engineering and Construction Director, and in my previous role over the last 15 years as the county engineer, I had the pleasure of putting together the capital maintenance for our budget for our roads and bridges, and so that's what we'll go over right now. As far as trends that we're seeing, the staffing shortage thing is felt as hard by our partners, consultants, and contractors in this industry as it's as hard here as anywhere else. As soon as we have anything that we have to shift around, we basically have to, if it's going through some sort of consulting service, it has to be put down so the other thing can get picked up, because they have no bench depth either. Materials price fluctuations have been really difficult to predict. We know a lot of things are going up, but sometimes the things that we expect to go up a lot, like asphalt, because oil prices went up, didn't go up as much as we thought, but everything else did. So trying to crack that nut has been a little bit difficult. And then through this budget presentation, you'll see we're starting to retool a little bit so that structural replacements and repairs can be a little bit more prominent in this program. And then I would anticipate likely that next year's budget will be completely retooled, as you will have a new county engineer to work on that and put their touches on that with Brian. For the asphalt maintenance for next year, really looking at two projects, Woody Creek Road and Owl Creek Road. Both are basic 2-inch overlays at their heart. Both have some other improvements that'll be worked into them, whether it be drainage or small safety improvements. We're taking a look at the drag strip that is the in front of Buttermilk parking lot to see if that merging area can be a little bit safer. And so those two projects are in at, sorry, I don't have my, 1.4 and 1.25 million for next year, respectively.
Can I have a really quick question? And I think it might have been Kelly who brought it up, but maybe. At Owl Creek and Highway 82, right at Buttermilk, has there been any talk about no right turn on red? You'd have to have enforcement, of course, but.
So as far as right turn on red there, they're turning into the bus lane. So, I mean, that could be something that we look at.
Just a thought.
Yeah, no, that's certainly something that we can look that can be looked at.
I'm also thinking about pedestrian safety.
Well, some of that's being looked at because I believe that the bus lane and that its alignment are being looked at as part of some of the EOTC projects in that area. So we might be able to take a look at that.
Just to throw that out there, just food for thought. It's enforcement of that. It's the tough part. I'll stand out there though and enforce it if you need me to. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
All good. Structural maintenance. This is going to be a big theme moving forward. We have a pretty aging stock of bridges right now in our inventory, and they're going to be due for some major maintenance items in the next few years so that they can see their full life. In 2023, we have 125,000, and that will really just take a look at the remaining two wood arch bridges. After last year finding all of the wood rot, we did do some analysis on the 3 wood arch bridges over the Roaring Fork. The other 2 are in better condition, but there are things that we can do to help prevent that, and so that will be the maintenance project for those next year. That includes stain, an epoxy hardener, and then putting a metal flashing over the top of it so that the wood doesn't go through so many freeze-thaw cycles. That'll probably be the best preventative maintenance measure that you can do. The picture that's up there is the project that we're still trying to finish up on the Jerboz Bridge. And that is an epoxy product that's going in with some rebar, and that is filling up to a foot deep cavern that had rotted out of the top of that wood arch.
Oh, that's actually rotted. That cavern is
Yes.
rotted, then you clean it out and you're filling it with epoxy.
That's exactly right, Greg.
With rebar.
How many, or where are the locations of the three bridges? I'm
Oh,
blanking.
so one is in Old Snowmass on Lower River Road,
Got it.
across the street from where Steve gets the bus.
Right,
One's on Jerboz, not too far from where the train cars are still on the Rio.
right.
And one is at
Woody
Smith
Creek?
Hill.
Smith Hill, Woody Creek, yeah, got it. Okay.
That Smith Hill Bridge we'll talk about in a couple slides, that bridge.
And that's the one that has the bike lane.
Yeah, it has the adjacent, the old bridge is still there. But as you'll see too, in the out years for structural maintenance, that budget will increase because some of those projects will be a bit larger in that you're gonna have to clean off bearing plates and do things with some of the bridge abutments and shore some of those up. So those will be a little bit bigger projects coming in the future. For slope stability and retention, there's $245,000 in for next year. In the out years in the asphalt category, there's Lower River Road. It's actually a road that hasn't been touched asphalt-wise in my tenure with the county, so it's coming due.
And that's
And
pictured here?
there's a little bit of subsidence on that road that'll need to be fixed, and that's this slide right here. There's also big needs on Castle Creek and Upper Red Mountain. The board saw Upper Red Mountain last year for budget. We're finishing up those plans and we'll put them on the shelf, and that will show up in the capital maintenance plan when there's room for a $1 million retention
I just
project.
drove up there the other day, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask, what can you do for $245,000 for slope stabilization? Like,
There's-
is it for subsidence like this, like it's pictured?
Yes.
And you just resurface it, or are you actually shoring up the bank?
Well, that's something that we'll go through analysis of. A number of years ago, we looked at a project where we literally looked at, all right, if we resurface it, and we call it 5 years, that's going to cost us $50,000. If we do a $250,000 fix, can we get that longevity out of it? Something like this is a pretty short site. There's space to build just off of the roadway. Within the right-of-way, so we can look at either a gravity block wall, like we've put in a lot of other places, or perhaps like what we did on Owl Creek 2 years ago, or last year was it, where we built a reticulated micropile wall, which has a concrete beam that is in the ground, and then micropiles that are put into the ground, and they go at different angles.
Wow, okay. This looks like it has just boulders rolled off, stacked on the side, and then.
The interesting thing is along this, I would say that the slope is probably 1-to-1 until you get to this part, and then it's a 1/2-to-1.
Got it.
And then there's a culvert there, so we could probably work just around that culvert and either stack some block or do something else for
You can see
that.
where it really sinks on that uphill lane.
Got it.
Thinking that's uphill lane, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Up Valley Lane. That's
So
right.
if you, I think the board would be amenable in the future, near-term future, if you come across, like we were talking about, the benefits of scale and doing it, if you can do a contract for another project at the same time and get a contractor coming in with the more affordable bid, bring it back, and we've got some general fund monies that we'd rather invest, I think, now and have a cost savings than wait.
I'd be really interested to see where bids come in this year too, because anyone's guess right now as far as what's going to happen with the economy, how busy all the contractors are getting. We're getting a lot of mixed signals. I have some discussions with contractors, and they're like, yeah, whatever you got for next year, but then when you see the EOTC budget and you'll talk about Brush Creek Park and Ride, that's a totally other conversation to have,
Yeah.
and what comes in on those things.
Just keep us in that loop, because
Yeah.
if we can help get things done now rather than wait, and it's not necessarily financial, but it's just getting them done. So, okay. You can pass it on to your successor. You can bring him forward.
I'm very anxious for their arrival.
When does he start?
28th of November. Yeah, and it's a great opportunity. I really want to appreciate GR doing double duty right now, because he's really handling two different jobs, so.
Well, but the snow's gonna start flying a little thicker and we could lose him to the backcountry, so. Okay, Steve, please.
So you talk, well, maybe you didn't get to this page yet.
Bridge replacement?
The bridge replacements for 2028 and 2031. Do you know what two bridges you're looking at, or will you wait till you get closer and see what needs to be done the worst?
Well, Steve, thank you for the segue. It was like it was written into a podcast.
That's like the next
for
page,
me.
I think.
So, yes, the two bridges that are in most need of replacement are Smith Hill Bridge and the South Bridge into Redstone.
Smith Hill Bridge, it seems like we just did that.
So that was built in, I believe, 86. But there's some geometric problems with where the bridge sits. And then it leads into more geometric problems with the intersection right in front of it. And so right now, there was a very unique opportunity where grant money was offered directly to local governments recently. And because of the work that we were doing on Gerbaz and the fact that the county had looked at replacing the Smith Hill Bridge back in 2012 or 11 maybe it was, in looking at the intersection, the Woody Creek, the three-way intersection there, doing anything there would have to touch the bridge. So we had an opportunity to see if the first round of the of these new federal bills that were passed, we could get some grant money. So we've actually started looking at some of those grants to see, and we can move those projects around as those things line up in the future. They're programmed in the out years just as kind of a placeholder right now.
Great. Okay. So we're amenable to grants, and if funding comes forward, we're amenable to getting the work done. Okay.
So we're always looking for those opportunities. There's so many different places to look right now that has actually been one of our bigger challenges. And then on here, there's a little bit of a ghost of a project, the Sopris Creek Culvert Replacement. That is actually a project that I think we'll be able to hopefully get done this next year. And I think we'll be able to do it for a bit less money with a concrete box structure. It's one of those where we rebuilt and repaved East Sopris Creek this past year. And in around that work, we realized that the existing culvert that is there is actually failing. It was a little bit of a missed opportunity in that we did West Sopris a couple years ago too, but it's right there at the that three-way intersection of East Sopris Creek, West Sopris Creek, and Sopris Creek Road, and it carries Sopris Creek in it. It's always, I mean, my entire tenure here, it's been a little bit of a notorious section because as soon as we start talking about beavers damming something up, that was usually our first assumption, was right through there. So.
Blame it on those beavers and not on the culvert.
You have to put a beaver deceiver in.
And then I try to do this every year at budget. Bonus points for any commissioner that can guess where the last photo is from. So
Bear
this
walk.
this is a mom, and it's a pretty small mom and her two cubs.
It's a small mom.
Yeah.
It's
Stoplights
down.
on the
Oh no,
trees.
it's down by the train cars.
It is. That's great. The Rio Grande is just behind those trees. So if those trees weren't there, you'd be looking at the train cars.
Do you know that train car came from my hometown? Don't forget, the Enokia. It's from Arcadia, California.
And so that was the Road and Bridge capital plan for the next 10 years.
Good job, thank you.
Thank you. And you've got you got a month, a little shy of a month. You
Yep.
can do it. Okay. All right, now we have Road and Bridge. Another person who is, are you still taking over Road and Bridge or in your new position, sir?
Yeah.
Took a big sigh. Yeah.
Is that
So
the
hi,
main
yeah.
office there behind the truck?
Is the what, sorry?
Is that the main office there behind the truck? I'm looking
Yeah.
at the picture. I like the look.
We always knew you guys were out in the North 40 somewhere.
So as you've heard, I am Scott. I'm the new Deputy Public Works Director, and so grateful for that opportunity from the restructure. That's just fantastic. In the process of transition, I am currently also the Road and Bridge Director, hopefully to fill it, like Brian said, by next week. This picture to me is super important. On top of being just a cool picture, 7 of those 9 individuals are traveling from other counties to get to work. In the wintertime, that means they're at our shop at 4 a.m., leaving probably 2 a.m. from Down Valley to serve the citizens of Picken County. The other 2 individuals, one's, I think, a 3rd or 4th generational rancher here. So he was fortunate enough to be here for a couple years. And the other is a 25-year employee with the county who moved here a couple years ago as well. I just want to thank those guys for all they do to get here early.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to them too.
And they like cookies.
They do like cookies. Our purpose statement is to provide safe and efficient travel throughout Picken County. I added parts of neighboring counties because we do have IGAs with Eagle County up the Frying Pan, Thompson Creek, Redstone, and actually with Garfield County over Prince Creek.
And you're looking at Root Eye there? Is that
Great?
Root Eye?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I was taking GR's lead and put another picture. Guess where?
Oh, sorry. I just blew that.
Wow.
Yeah. Looked a little different in I think that's 1964.
I'm gonna say, Mike,
68
where's
it
he
says on the
seeing
picture.
Root Eye? I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, that's
Like
pre
Phil,
before
when I
the
looked
dam.
at that and I thought I've driven through there before, but I just could not remember. That explains it. It was like quite a few years ago I drove through there.
That's a
It says
really low
68 on
water
the
level.
photo.
We don't want to see the water getting that low.
You said 150 miles of paved roads, 130 miles of unpaved roads. That's what you meant here. Okay, just want to be clear on the.
No, there are not 130 roads that are
That's
unpaved.
130 miles of unpaved.
Miles, correct. Yes, thank you for that.
And is that the entire county inventory?
There's 260 miles total of HUTF that we claim on that. And then also there's our Schedule A roads we work with the U.S. Forest Service on. So some other dirt roads that we don't claim for HUTF.
Got it.
Some
Right.
of those we do. Also important to mention that 60 foot really of that right of way, give or take, from center line 30 feet out is also the responsibility of the road and bridge crew. So that includes signs, culverts, underpasses now. We have a pond in the ABC also. And so we're varying our levels of maintenance as these years and assets grow. And so just wanted to point that out, that it's not just the roads and bridges, it's other structures built inside that right of way.
We have a pond at the ABC.
Yes, retention pond.
You guys saw my email, I think it was to the two of you, about the signs, that there's a maxim in Holland where they say that if it needs a sign, it's a poor design. And when we look at the ubiquity of road signs around here, one of my pet peeves, you often see signs that I don't think are necessary. So if you have a chance to pluck one out and not put it back, you need to ask us about it. I'd say that's something worth asking.
Shelley used to hate that. That's Shelley's thing. And thank you for picking up the campaign signs, because I go out to Road and Bridge now and pick up any of the ones that I need to put somewhere else, or have somebody else put somewhere else. So
These are
thank you.
campaign signs in the right of way.
And they bring them out and they leave them in a stack, and you can go collect the ones, and
Got it.
because we want to recycle and reuse.
Here's our organizational structure. We do our hiring a road and bridge manager. There's an operations supervisor, and then currently 7 full-time employees and then 1 seasonal. That's a shared employee with open space and trails. We'll come back to that here in a second.
HEO stands for
Heavy equipment
Heavy
operator.
Equipment Operator. I should know that.
It's much easier to fit HEO in there than heavy equipment operator.
Well, my son-in-law's an HEO, and I should know that.
Hero.
Yeah, he will.
They forgot to put the R in there.
Yeah.
Are those HEOs FTEs or are they PT FTEs? HEOs.
7 of them are full-time.
And we have seasonal and part-time. All right.
And we do actually have a 3rd employee currently. We're going to ask for that to be a year-round with road and bridge full-time.
So, and then that's our new airplane we just bought for
the outlying employees.
So issues and trends, as you've heard, recruitment and retention. Bless you. We are constantly looking at ways and working with human resources to get staff in the door and keep them. So I think it's a challenge we're going to incur, but agreed with what Brian said also, that the changes you've made and the attention to those details are amazing. We appreciate that, to try to keep staff here and get them in the door.
Specifically, I did want to ask Brian that, Patty, regarding the changes we made regarding benefits and incentives. Housing is their biggest issue, and an inventory of how much housing is needed by county staff, by the essential staff, would be something I don't have a number for, but everywhere I look, it seems that housing is the issue. So hopefully we'll get a fix on what that number is. Thanks.
So working with code enforcement and law enforcement on on-street parking, right-of-way camping is a new one that we're starting to talk about, and direction on what to do with folks camping in the right-of-way. Construction parking is still is an issue in parts of the county. Distracted drivers and safe work zones. We last year bought 2 automated flaggers, which you may have seen them. It's actually an arm with a stoplight or a yellow light. With the new no stop law that was passed for bicyclists, we actually are having some challenges with bikes running and entering our work zones. So hoping next summer to work on a little education and outreach, because those are indeed stop barricades and everybody needs to stop at. So we're going to do a little outreach next year on that. And oftentimes, even without those, we call them automatic flaggers, with the old work zones where it's 3 signs and a flagger standing there, distracted driving still, we hear screeching tires as people at the last minute almost hit employees. So really that distracting driving effort, we started working with the Sheriff's Department 2 summers ago, and now we can still call them if they're available to come out and kind of watch a zone for us. And that certainly makes a difference when there's red and blue lights sitting there. So we'll continue that, and the Sheriff's Department is willing to help us if we have a high traffic area or we're noticing a lot more traffic than normal. Sometimes it happens, for example, if we're working, say, on East Hopers Creek on a dirt road, and something happens in the canyon and all that traffic comes our way, we'll usually stop the operation and leave, but sometimes in that process, we need to get people safely out of there.
Makes me really angry when people are flying through work zones.
Could I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just talked about eliminating signage, but I was just saying, in this instance, do the flaggers have a sign that says bicycles included or bicycles must stop also? Is that a clear message with the red?
Something up.
I'm just thinking that would be an important thing, because right now, bicyclists assume they can blow through a light or a sign. I guess not a light, but they can blow through a stop sign.
It's a great idea,
Well,
because we can
just-
add that to that trailer pretty easily and make it, yeah.
I was
Bicycles
watching,
must stop.
Law now, right? Isn't it Colorado law now? They call it the Idaho stop or something, where you don't have to stop the bike.
I always thought it was the California stop, but
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think for stop signs
it is, but
then-
I think there's special circumstances in construction zones. And also people need to realize there's now, I saw a ranger on a trail, it wasn't local, who actually had a radar gun. And they're starting to get, it was in Denver, downtown Denver, people flying through there. But I think people on bicycles need to know they can be cited just like an automobile and for speeding, breaking the speed limits on roads, and for not following road signs. So I think people need to know that we take that seriously, and it's scary enough to be out there, but it's really scary when people aren't paying attention.
And then also working with the Sheriff's Department on the rural enforcement. There's a lot of outreaches of the county where it's not crystal clear if it's Forest Service road or county road, and that affects some other jurisdictional boundaries, if you will. So working with mostly Grant on that from the Sheriff's Department. Technology and computers, I think we're going to see forever. That's becoming part of day-to-day operations. And
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if you guys are also coordinating with Human Services on the right-of-way camping?
That was brought up at the last meeting we had. So right now, the answer, Kelly, is no. We're trying to figure out our approach, but that needs to occur.
I would support that. I want all of our departments to sort of be aligned on how we're addressing it. Thank you.
Okay.
disaster response, knock on wood, and Valerie's not in here, thank goodness. We had a pretty quiet wildfire season. But usually something else will happen, whether it's a a plane out on the runway or a flood or ice dams or other things, keeping our staff trained on really what to do and when not to go. So that's an important group of, when we're a group of doers, it's when is it over our head and recognizing that and noticing when not to go, but are certainly offering help when we need to. And CDL requirements, we are continuing now to hire staff without CDLs. That has opened up our pool of applicants, which has been fantastic. But at the same time, there's now new federal requirements that go into place, that went into place about a year ago, to now get people that CDL testing and training, which is still a challenge to the Northwest region. The superintendents, we had a meeting about a month ago, and we're thinking about a regional training center or something a little easier that's sending staff out to Grand Junction, which is our option, or online right now.
Or Denver.
Denver, exactly.
Right, so Grand Junction's the closest?
Junction is the closest. There is a company that came out online in the last year, and it's actually a certified testing mechanism, and that's working okay. I still think in-house training is better compared to that, but that is a legal way to get people a CDL.
Or maybe a blend.
I know RAFTA has that. I'm not sure how they're training, if they're in-house or not. Can they be doing it in-house? I'm trying to remember from our last 2 board meetings back.
I thought they
CDL
were
is a
sending
big
them
issue.
out.
I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I thought RAFTA was sending them out, but I think we should do something regional, because I know contractors, we could make a fortune off of this. Whole
CMC
new
could do
project for you guys. Steve, go ahead.
So when I used to be a CDL driver, there was always the issue of warning the drivers not to use any cannabis products like medical marijuana for prescriptions or anything. Is that still the situation where the tolerance was 0 for if you were, called in for random testing and you had taken a prescription thing with cannabis in it?
I don't know. We haven't had an issue of it in Road and Bridge. I think staff is very, very aware of drug testing and alcohol, for that matter. So most of them don't practice. There's no reason to not pass the test. In terms of what the county's stance is on that, I don't know.
I don't think we've taken a stance, and I know the ski company does, and it's not. I mean, you can't, because it's also Forest Service property, but yeah.
But we do have fairly frequent random tests. Because there's only so many CDL drivers in the county, and so it's a smaller pool, and it's still random. It's from the federal level, but I think staff is very well aware of.
And now we could possibly have psilocybin, and there's no testing methods that are really out there yet, but that's another one that is used medicinally and can cause driving impairment issues. Okay, moving to
So our 2023 asks, I have to apologize right up front. I missed a 0 on those numbers, so they look a lot bigger than you probably saw beforehand. Pavement markings is an increase of 50,000 to 150,000. Pavement markings, I'm sorry. And so that's just for our paint contract. It goes out to RFP. It's currently going to go out hopefully now. But for all the yellow lines and white lines on our county roads, as of right now, our contractor is giving us guaranteed pricing for about a week, and that's what they get on their pricing, so that is all over the place. It's historically been going up for the last 5 years of that past contract. We do think at this time that amount would cover whatever might come in for a proposal, with our fingers crossed.
But they guarantee it for a week.
And that's even if we can get paint. Last year, even after Texas froze 2 years ago, it was hard to get paint even last year. So there's some challenges around paint in particular. And even glass beads now. So glass bead is placed in the paint to glow at night, to make the lines glow.
Right.
And it was hard to get glass beads last year. So we'll see how that goes. And the 120,000 is for the crack seal. We're currently at 60 right now. We're asking for 120 next year. Crack sealing is all of the cracks in the asphalt surfaces. You go in with a tar-like substance and fill all those cracks, and it adds a lot of value to life to those roads. And so 60,000 last year didn't get us very far. I think we did most of Lower River Road. Our goal would be to get all of the roads this year that we're going to pave next year, and actually have all those roads sealed before we come in and pave them. So that would be our intention there, to double that budget for crack seal.
What is the extension of life for a sealed or a cracked repaired road versus unrepaired?
It's a great question.
Just one.
Look who's
Here's the expert.
He's back.
He was just eager for me to ask that
I'm
question.
not sure which role he's in, but he's back.
Probably some of the best money that the county can spend in preventative maintenance for asphalt is in crack sealing. A crack is just a future pothole. The water gets in, a little bit of the dirt comes out when the water gets in, and then that will develop into a pothole. And so, you know, it goes back to the adage of every dollar that we spend on that crack seal will probably save several dollars in the future on overlay projects and patching.
Right.
So longevity, that you have to do that to get your full 20-year life cycle out of a road.
Even if the cracks are huge, like if it's a big crack, is that it still makes a difference?
There's different techniques that you have depending on the size of the crack. Some of them are really small to get the sealant in there. But for the larger cracks, usually by the time you have one of the larger cracks, you're looking at a different solution.
Got it.
Try to get it before it's that big.
I'll tell you what, driving in on that new pavement coming into town is awesome.
That's nice, huh?
Wish I-70 was that way all the way up to town. Yeah, thanks, GR. All right, we're at a seasonal employee to year-round.
So that a third employee, we are asking to take that a third shared employee with open space and trails, full-time, year-round with road and bridge. And then we're asking for the one-time increase of $15,000 to cover the request from the Marathon Thomasville group for 2 radar speed signs up there. That would just be the cost to purchase them and install them from road and bridge staff, and then we would just maintain them moving forward.
Are they solar?
Yes.
There's already one up there right now. If you right before the fire station, there's one on the uphill lane. It would be 2 that would mimic that one.
They were, thank you, Brian, for getting that one up there a couple of years back. That was great.
And then, as Brian mentioned earlier, the $60,000 would cover the total to assume the 82 cleanup from Dalwhinnie into county's operations.
And then what do we get to do with those signs when they come down? Bonfire?
I don't know. I don't know that there are signs to do something with other than to have them removed.
I'm just
And
talking
that doesn't include vacuuming the jail bluffs twice a year.
It doesn't, but
I'm gonna buy him one of those broad brooms
I'll drive
for
it. If
Christmas.
you'll give me the vehicle, I'll go out
Get
there
him
and
one
do
of
it.
those brooms.
A
And a
Zamboni.
dustpan.
I had a quick question.
ahead.
Just yesterday, the herd of elk, probably 200 head right at Cozy Point, looked like they were thinking about crossing 82 right about dusk, is what I was worried about. And I know that a call was made by a friend who noticed them to the sheriff department, and they said, we don't have manpower to put somebody out there, but I've been there when you see them all trying to cross, usually at rush hour, and I'm just wondering if there's a signage option, the portable electronic sign. There's the one on the north end. I don't know who actually can control that one, but I'm just wondering if your department has the ability, when you have a herd movement like that, to be able to alert people with a temporary sign or a auto flagger or
We do
something.
have that electric sign right there at Cozy Point,
yeah,
which would be
and
perfect.
we do. And if it's at dusk, everybody's home also. So we would
How do
have
you
to
get a
call people
program?
in on overtime to come and deploy a sign. And by the time they got up from Rifle.
Well, the herd
I
was
guess,
there all
so-
day. I mean, so it's been there. I don't know where it is right now, but I'm just trying to think if there was some way to alert drivers so we don't have carnage.
Yeah, I
right
came
in
up
there.
about 4 and they were out in the field and people were stopped along the road. They were pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I do know CDOT uses their variable message signs for that purpose. I've seen that notification, but a lot of times it's just generic
Right.
in nature and
Wildlife on
not,
road,
not
right.
specific.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just trying to figure out if there's a solution, an obvious solution. Thanks.
One time there were by where 82 hits the highway over by Leadville, there were 2 Parks and Wildlife employees out there herding bighorn sheep across Highway 24, I think is the number. And they didn't have anybody flagging the traffic or anything to stop, but maybe Parks and Wildlife would get Curtis and have him get some help if the elk are gonna cross the road to
Elk
be
herders.
We need a herder.
there to
Minder.
Stop the highway traffic
minders?
and get the elk
Elk
across
minders.
as fast as possible.
It was a pretty incredible number of beautiful animals in that field yesterday afternoon. Okay, we'll keep our heads up on that if we can try and figure out another use or how we could, during working hours, get something up on that sign. Okay.
Okay, the Road and Bridge 2023 proposed budget and 5-year plan. On the revenue side, the main sources of revenue for the Road and Bridge Fund are a property tax, a mill levy that brings in, we're projecting $689,000. Sales tax of about 4.2 million. The sales tax, we adjust the percentages year by year. So in 2022, we had 31% of sales tax allocated to Road and Bridge. We're proposing 28% of sales tax in 2023. So we do adjust it year to year according to the need. And then the intergovernmental line, most of that, except for about 30,000, is highway user fees. The 30,000 is for snow plowing for Eagle County contributions. So about 6.5 million total revenue. All of the operational costs of the employees that change from seasonal to full-time position is built into this budget request. Road maintenance projects, you see 3.35 million in 2023. Supplies and property, if you'd note, the heavy equipment line is a little higher this year than some other years with the 2 plows and the
Motor grid, yeah.
Thank you. That was escaping me.
Is the other-
So we are proposing drawing down some fund balance in the Road and Bridge Fund in 2023. If you'll notice where we ended up at the end of 2021 with 5.2 million, that's higher than normal for this fund. With savings and extra sales tax that's been coming in, the fund balance is built up. And so that's why we're able to allocate a little bit less sales tax in 2023 and then spend down a little fund balance. And then we're right about where we would normally be and actually are in pretty good shape on fund balance for
At
this fund.
2.2 million.
With some room, as you mentioned, Patty, if other projects come up, there is some room
There's
there.
a cost benefit.
Questions?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Steve.
No, you
Well,
anything.
I remember when one of the road and bridge budgets, you were doing a whole bunch of extra projects because the construction costs were so low. So we were spending down the fund balance to get all these projects done. That was a really good feeling that year to spend down the fund balance. This year, just because the prices are so high on everything, that it's just sort of out of a necessity spending down the fund balance just to stay more or less even on the projects and the expenditures. So we do what we have to do, but it's a good thing we have fund balance there to use.
Just want to make sure, that were the bridges in the road maintenance part of this? Or am I looking at a different?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And although if I remember correctly, the bridges were further out in the plan, so you wouldn't see them
Oh,
in
thank you,
this
right.
5-year snapshot.
Unless we decide to bring them in sooner at some point.
Yeah, 2028 was the first, and so that's out of this 5-year time frame.
Got it, thank
If we
you.
get a grant opportunity, we'll accelerate those bridge
Let us know.
replacements. Yeah.
So we have a decision point here. This again just moves us on to the bigger budget approval, which the first reading will be December the 7th. So I just want to make sure the board doesn't have any more questions on Road and Bridge, which is, it's a very complex but very clear. I mean, it's Road and Bridge. So, and we all know and realize the increased costs of fuels and parts. You guys get hit by all of it, that's for sure. So, vehicles especially blow you away. So do I have a nod from the board to move this forward? Kelly, you're good? Okay, Kelly, you have your hand up. Did you have another question?
I do. I guess I'm just wondering are we as an organization paying attention to the infrastructure funding, and do we have kind of capacities to help departments, understand and draw down on that money or apply for those fundings?
Kelly, maybe I can talk to that a little bit, and I don't know if John wants to jump in. We've talked about it at our level. I think we may have to contract out some grant writing services to be able to access some of that. There's so much out there in so many different pots. We may be looking for some help to do that. I think Mary Orn, who is on contract with us, has done a lot of grant writing for us to be able to stay on top of that. But, we're familiar with them, just not even here, but with the airport, there's a ton of funding out there regarding the airport too. So we've got our eye on it. And as a team, we're going to talk about how we can best access that and try to stay on top of it.
Yeah, that's a good use of our monies to get more money.
Yeah.
Kelly, are
There's a
you
bunch.
good? And then Greg?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to thank Kelly for bringing that up. I know that Northwest COG is having the same conversation. They're saying we need to find somebody who can help us do this. CORE is in the same position. CORE sees so much opportunity to pull down IRA funds and even leftover funds from the previous round, and they realize they need the bandwidth to be able to do it and the professionalism with a grant writer. So it's seeing it everywhere in every community. So I would support trying to, to find the best possible people we can to work on that. And it may be a regional effort, and that's probably okay.
Okay, but I think I have nods from everybody. Kelly, you're okay with moving this forward?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
we are moving along. Now we have Solid Waste Center Fund. Hi, we haven't seen you in so long. It's so nice to see you. The competition is on, your picture compared to Brian's. Okay. Romany, you put everybody to a challenge here for next year's budget.
Well, it's always hard following Road and Bridge with pictures. They look like supermodels. They're all matching and a beautiful background. But so the landfill, solid waste center. So we have currently 18 employees. Not all of them are pictured. It's like herding cats to get everybody together. Just to point out, to echo Matt and Scott, 10 of the landfill employees ride the van.
Oh.
And they're from Glenwood Springs, and we even have an operator in Parachute right now. So again, that helps. We've had long-term employees. So in the last 2 years, we've only lost 2 employees. So
That's great.
yeah, we have very, very little turnover. The van is a big help. And just, I think people like trash. They like working on
I was
it.
gonna, landfill's always fun.
I like trash.
Kathy, do you still have employees who worked for the private contractor before?
They're all still there.
Awesome. Well, that's good.
The 3 we hired are still with us.
And everybody's so nice when you got to
Good.
landfill.
Glad to hear that.
They really are. It's great.
They're a great group of people out
Yeah.
there. So we went through a little bit of a reorg this year internally, just to kind of more specific. I had problems. Specificity. I still got it wrong. You got it. It's just kind of, we've got 6 different business units, so it just helps us manage those business units internally. And our purpose statement is really divert as much as we can, bury what we can't, and we're increasing our diversion every year. And I ran the numbers for this year to date, or for last year, and I think we're going to give Boulder County a run for its money to take back over the #1 spot, but we'll see. That numbers should come out in a couple weeks. So, emerging issues and trends. We were, virtually presented this morning. Michael Port, construction and demolition debris is our low-hanging fruit. It is what we, are a big focus on for probably the next few years as well. Michael presented all the numbers this morning. 52% of the construction demolition debris is going to the trash. So it's still the majority of the trash going in. However, the amount of waste being buried is down. So construction demolition being buried from 2021 is down 15%. I still think we're still seeing the same amount coming across the scales. it's just being diverted, as Michael presented this morning. Very successful program. MSW, that's the general household trash that the garbage trucks pick up, that's down 3%. So it's hard to say, is it just fewer people in town, or are we diverting better? It's hard to say, but it's still pretty much similar to what was the year before. And then, as Michael presented this morning, our C&D diversion, construction demo diversion program, we're at a 77% diversion rate for unincorporated Pitkin County. So it's really working well, and we're going to continue to grow that program. There's still some growth availability.
You know what I've noticed? And this is kind of a weird thing. At my dumpster, I spend a lot of time there, is during COVID, we had so many people doing those delivered meals, you know, whatever those blue
Hello
kitchen
Fresh,
or
yeah,
blue
the
whatever.
weight rooms.
And they had so much packaging, and it was always just in the trash. And I haven't seen that much. It used to just be stacked up in our dumpster area, you know, all the insulation and that. I haven't seen that. It just made me think about it. I haven't seen a lot of it.
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I got some of those for a while, and it is a huge amount of packaging and trash.
And people they didn't know which way to throw it. So sometimes I was fishing the styrofoam and stuff out of the regular recycling and putting in it. But yeah, that's one of the things I've noticed. And, you know, people are still ordering so much stuff online. It comes in all these boxes and wrapping, and that still continues. But I just got something that was very minimally packaged, which was nice.
Yeah. Cardboard is 45% of the recycling stream. It's the biggest chunk. Luckily,
Yeah.
cardboard still has a pretty good commodity value, so. But it's the
it's
biggest.
good to know.
A lot of Amazon.
go ahead.
While we're on the topic, regarding diversion of waste, are you going to see a need, I brought it up a little bit earlier, but are you going to see a need to have more alternatives for where to put and separate the waste at, you know, neighborhood dumpster areas like Patty's or my neighborhood or others? Do they need to start contemplating additional options for, I was talking about reusing, recycling, composting, you know, all of a sudden it's not just one bin, it's 5.
Yeah, it could possibly go that way. The logistics of that is hard, and that would primarily fall to the private waste haulers.
And they don't haul
Right.
a lot of that stuff.
Well, right now we've got 3. They do the regular mainstream, they do the recycling, and they do composting. So we have 3 visits
Right.
already. It just seems like it may be time to, just policy-wise, I'm just wondering is there talk about a 4th for reusables or electronic? There's so much electronic waste.
Yeah, you know what's really helpful with electronics is those free electronic days that maybe we can start looking at working with the city and adding. Because,
Aspen does that, and Snowmass
Doesn't
does
seem
it.
to happen often enough.
Yeah,
Once a year.
That
It's
might
not
be a
enough.
thought, especially after the holidays when people get a new TV or a new computer. And maybe that would be a good time in January to offer a free, you know. And because I know I see a lot of that stuff, you know, just leaned up against the walls in our dumpster because people don't know they can take it to the landfill or they don't want to take it to the landfill.
Yeah, it's also great to partner with Aspen, so instead of once a year, you do it twice a year.
And then with Snowmass.
They've used us up at our
Yeah,
facility.
let's maybe think about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'll be a start, Greg.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Keep thinking. So we don't have a lot of asks, surprisingly, this year. We're saving our dollars for bigger future projects. One thing we do need, the Motherlode Mercantile is going to be in its temporary location a little longer than originally planned. Just the construction cost tripled on replacing that green warehouse building, but it's working well. And we'll be back in winter, early next year when we have some more data. But we do have that outdoor area off to the side, and we don't know what winter's going to bring because we're just started this in June, but we're thinking some type of cover. We have done some research. We thought, we could get something for fairly reasonably priced. Now, the wind and snow loading drives the cost way up. So next year we're going to do some more research and get a more permanent outdoor cover because the snow's coming and it's muddy and it's unpleasant. But we're going to see what happens this winter as is, and we'll reassess and go from there.
Well, the thing too is if we put up a durable tent, and then we build the building to move it, I'm sure we could find another use for that structure somewhere.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're still using the ambulance tent as our household hazardous waste facility. And that's going on now 9 years, I think, so it's working well.
Steve, go ahead, please.
Yeah, at the drop and swap in Fairbanks, they had was a metal shed, open sided on all four sides for their, basically the drop and swap at the transfer station, and it was highly popular. It protected all the stuff from the weather, and there was a fast turnover of stuff going in and out of there.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. And,
But it was protected. It was just a simple open shed.
Yeah, a couple people, Tyler and Jade, went out and looked at the airport one.
Yeah.
Their temper. I haven't seen it, but they were impressed with that.
I wonder what
so-
the ski company did with the ones they took off the top of the mountain.
I don't know.
Should call 'em.
Yeah. So we'll be looking at options to get that covered because the Motherlode Mercantile is exceeding our expectations. It's very popular.
And if anybody needs a full set of china, there's one set out on the table at the Mother
There
Lode
is.
Mercantile.
There is. And we got another one in.
You did?
So. Our next ask is the covered wash bay at the operations and maintenance building. So if you look if you're facing the building, you look to the right, there is a wash bay pad there right now. It's uncovered. We learned fairly quickly last winter, our first winter at that building, it doesn't get any sun over there, and it's pretty unusable in the winter. It's covered with ice and snow, and it's just not a pleasant, it's kind of dangerous almost because there's so much ice. So our proposal is to put a simple type of shed cover. Tyler has researched it, and it shouldn't be too much money or too much hassle to add on to that building. And that could make it a year-round useful facility. And maybe encourage equipment operators to wash the equipment a little more often. So our struggle there. What we're saving our dollars for is the South Landfill expansion, which we've been talking about. We completed the North Landfill expansion this year in June 3rd. Many of you were out there.
Did the ribbon
Watched the
cutting.
opening. So now we're starting, our contracted engineers have started the initial designs. They've completed the initial concept designs, which you see here. And again, we'll be back with more detail. I'm not asking for approval. So their design is built into the contracted engineer budget. We will be meeting, hopefully we're trying to coordinate a day and time to meet with the state to get their initial, see what more they want than we haven't thought of. And then the engineers will put all that together. We'll bring it to you and we'll open up the permit again next year to start that phase. Initially, right now, it's looking like an additional 70 years that engineers think they can squeeze out of it, but more to come on that.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the North landfill? What did that give us?
That gave us 6 to 8 years of landfill airspace capacity. Probably the way waste is coming in, about 6 years, I'm guessing. So
Got it.
What's the projection for the new one? When do we get-
70, we're thinking if we can get the state to
How many did you say?
70.
70.
Like 70?
Yeah, but that's pie in the sky. We'll see if the
Anything's
state
possible.
goes with it. Yeah, so it'll be done in phase, but we'll be back once the state weighs in. But those initial designs are done.
Okay.
Tipping fee increases, we do this every year. Talking with Connie and the finance board, of course, inflation CPI is 8.5%. We thought that was a little bit high to hit tip. It's an anomaly. And so we kind of backed it off and met in the middle. Usually we're around 2 or 3%. 8% was probably a little high, so we hit it a 5% consumer price index increase across the board for MSW, recycle, the construction demo, the unsorted fee that Michael talked about this morning. And I've added concrete in here. Concrete, we tripled the amount of concrete coming in. It is costing us a fortune to clean it, the rebar and everything. So those costs have skyrocketed. Yeah.
Steve, go
So clean means it doesn't have any metal in it?
Nope.
It's just the concrete itself?
Yeah, just the concrete. Dirty concrete has the rebar, has the heat tubing that goes through, and that's what costs. We spent almost half of our probably more than half of our crushing contract, just cleaning that massive amount of concrete.
You have to crush it, crack it, pull out the bad stuff.
Yeah, and they hate it. So this year we're going to separate clean and dirty concrete. And then we're looking at something we can do on site processing. It's not in this year's budget, just to pre-process, clean it for the contractors. There's some technology out there that would help us reduce costs for the contractor, and if we can keep up with it throughout the year. Soil aggregate pricing going up a little bit, mostly in the compost soils area. We did a market study a couple years ago. We're still way below the valley market for the sale of this material. And again, just everything costs, fuel to run the screeners, the equipment, everything's gone up. So we're raising that. Soil compost, $50 from up $5 a ton, and then bag material go up $1 a bag. The other thing,
Colored mulch went up $20 a ton.
$20. It's again through the market survey, it's way low per ton, and it sold great.
So can you tell me what's the argument? Why can't we get closer to market rates?
We can.
Just thinking, if we're always trying to figure out how to make ends meet and pay for these things,
Yeah.
a discount's great, but too big a discount's kind of silly.
Yeah, and I'm fully on board with that. If the board's comfortable with that, we can get it closer to market rate. I think we still have it a little bit lower because it's such a good product and a good
Well, I think,
deal.
but a lot of people would rather just go down to, the local hardware store and buy 3 bags of mulch if it's going to be the same price as going to the landfill.
Mhm.
So one of the incentives to buy our product is that it's just that
that's what it
notch
is.
below. And then we get them out there and we get them hooked on the
We get
motherlode
hooked on the
mercantile.
mercantile, yeah.
You could also sell it at the hardware store. Just saying.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff that's coming from the hardware store is not local.
Yeah.
Right.
And we have that local. Hey, it's composted here, and it goes back out here, and then it's the greatest diversion program,
Right.
soils as well. So
John or Phyllis or Rich may have some argument, or Con even, that there's a reason why we sell it for such a low price. Being a public entity and all that. And so I just wanted to understand it better.
yeah, I think we've been slowly creeping it up, but we're still
Need to
a
keep
really
it
good
under,
bargain.
people will just go to the local.
Let's have a buy local compost campaign, Patty. You could run that.
We don't have any compost right now to buy is the problem. I'm out there begging for it. I'm gonna go out there with a shovel and a bag.
It is. As soon
And
as
I'm
it
bringing
hits
it back to
ground,
the
it's
county to
gone.
use it, so. Hi, John.
Sorry, Patty. Greg, I think historically what we've looked at is, our primary goal is diversion, right? Not putting it in the landfill. And so keeping those volumes moving so that we can keep the diversion going is important. And Kathy and her team has done a great job. And Kathy, I don't know if you've talked to your peers about this, but I think there are times when compost that's derived from a landfill has a stigma to it that maybe the other market products don't. I think Kathy and her crew has done a great job overcoming that in our community. And as Patty said, sometimes it's hard to even come by. But I think historically those have been two reasons that we go a little bit under the market rate, because we're actually, the goal is diversion more than profit.
Got it. Then we just need to convince the local hardware sellers to sell our compost.
I think they
Yeah.
would if we could get it bagged in enough
Get it to them.
volume. Yeah,
But then it's always fun to go to the landfill.
it is fun.
Patty
to
will
go to
get
the
it for you.
landfill.
I'll bring it in. I'll ship it, my little Subaru.
Okay, we have the 2023 proposed budget and 5-year plan for the Solid Waste Center. As Kathy mentioned, this is a year where they have very little capital compared to other years. So you see a surplus of 2.7 in the budget for 2023. So building up fund balance with the idea that then some of these projects that they've placed on hold might be better priced going into the future, so putting some of them off and maintaining a healthy fund balance.
Okay. So this is another decision point for the board. Does the board have any further questions or comments? Greg?
Thumbs up on the budget. Thank you. It seems pretty clear. We talked earlier just about, if somebody brings in something that hasn't been separated, we don't have the capacity to separate it for them. It'd be interesting to understand what an operation like that would cost.
We'll research that. We're constantly looking, so yeah.
And Phyllis and I are already on working for that date in December to bring back fees and stuff for that.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. Nice to see you again. Kelly is with us, but she does not have her hand up.
Okay, as we're transitioning to the airport, I'd like to remind the board, Liz reminded me earlier that OpenGov is live. And so
Whoa.
going to the pickencounty.com website, you can access OpenGov. And Kelly's question earlier with the general fund budget, what's included in it, you can actually pull that up in OpenGov and drill down into different parts of it.
Great.
So that is a tool available both to the board and the public. So just a reminder.
And so, Dan, hi, welcome.
Good afternoon.
And where did there was another picture of you in here somewhere, and you had that suit and tie on again.
I know. I gotta Photoshop that one a bit.
I pick on him relentlessly because of that. All right, so we have the airport department, which is just a piece of cake, no controversy.
No, nothing.
All
Nothing
right,
at
the
all.
floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. So here is our organizational chart. Everything is pretty much the same for with the exception of we've just hired an assistant airport director. So she will be starting in December 5th, we hope. So that should help out a lot with how we've restructured the airport a little bit moving forward.
I heard it was a tough call there at the end.
Oh boy,
You had
was
great
it ever.
yeah.
Yeah, it really was. But,
Well, thank you.
Sure. As far as our budget, we have 2023 is going to be an incredibly busy year at the airport from a project standpoint. Not only do we have a new fixed-based operator agreement of some sort that'll transpire there, but we'll also hopefully go into commercial passenger terminal design starting early 2023. We'll finish up the airport layout plan in 2023, and we're also starting to convert some of the infrastructure at the airport over to handle electric vehicles. So we'll be putting in some charging stations with the assistance of Public Works to do that, and hopefully we'll be able to purchase supply chain issues barring a couple of electric vehicles for the airport and slowly add to that fleet as we progress. We're also looking at perhaps adding an airport public viewing area. We put money in the budget for that. We're finding that people are parking a lot along Owl Creek Road there, or they'll park in our driveway that it would essentially blocks one of our gates. We think this would be a nice conduit to the community to offer a public viewing area at one of the ends of the runways, possibly even an air traffic control tower feed to allow people to listen to what transpires at the airport on an ongoing basis. So those are the highlights.
I stop there all the time.
You're the one. No, I'm just kidding. No,
I know where to park and not park. Can I go back to that slide real
Sure.
quick? I hate to do this, and I've been meaning to talk to Rich about this, but I haven't got my hands on him. I would like to see if we can't start the discussion about the general aviation pilot safety training opportunities, maybe with a consultant or with some other opportunities. I was just at the airport last Friday. Thank you guys so much. My grandson is still ecstatic over the big trucks. The staff was great, very patient and tolerant. He had a bazillion questions at age 3.5. But I did speak with, he's your education.
Training
Yeah,
supervisor, Tim?
yeah. He was great, and we did briefly touch on general aviation safety issues. So that's for future further discussion, but maybe we can start kicking that in.
Actually, it's interesting you bring that up, Patty. We had that discussion in the Airport Advisory Board this month.
Perfect.
And we're going to establish a subcommittee dealing with aircraft operational safety at the airport.
Perfect.
I think that'll be headed by Barry Vaughn.
Oh, perfect. Well, maybe I can, let me know. I'd love to attend at least one of those meetings and see
Sure.
what their thinking is.
Okay.
Been a big issue for
Patty,
me.
I do know that one of the things we're going to do is reach out to those individuals that you all interviewed that did not make that last go-round, that had pilot experience.
Perfect.
And we're going to ask them to participate on that committee as well.
Okay. And then we have some other people in the community who might be helpful. So, yeah, that's
Right.
great. Thank
I
you.
think, you had mentioned the pilot that had recently retired.
Yeah, Brett
Um,
Detweiler, he was the longest serving pilot with SkyWest.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Dan's right. I think we're headed in a good direction there.
Great, great. Thank you. That was a nice answer. Thanks.
Greg Boyd unfortunately couldn't make, he's under the weather today, so I'll cover his section. He's our manager of the airport facilities and construction. We're making some enhancements to the infrastructure at the airport to allow us to do things a little easier and a little more, I guess, friendly, if you will. Last year we added a second glycol recovery tank. This hardens us a bit for the recovery of spent de-ice fluid. So if we get, let's say, a snowstorm and the recovery trucks cannot make it up to the airport, or there's some issues with the canyon, this allows us to dispose of spent de-ice fluid. So we added an extra tank on the airport. We're just leasing that tank. We'd like to work with some things with the new FBO agreement, where the FBO likely takes over the recovery of spent de-ice fluid, since it's, we're about 83% GA. That transpires into, roughly 80+% of de-ice fluid coming from General Aviation Airport. It seems only appropriate that they take charge of that fluid recovery. We're also, as I mentioned, doing ground vehicle replacement, going to electrification. We're adding either some hybrid or electric options for some replacement of some vehicles we've actually deferred a couple of years, so we can actually take advantage of this electrification. And then we've also transferred some of our external contracts to handle internally things such as our markings and things like that. We're looking at a savings about $250,000 a year by bringing that in-house.
We had great success with doing that in the past, didn't we? Didn't we have staff in-house open?
We do. We're capitalizing on the conversion of some seasonal employees over to full-time
Yeah, that's
employees.
great.
Question just on electrification,
Sure.
with the APUs, GPUs, APUs, what do you guys call them?
APUs for the aircraft.
Yeah. Is that the responsibility of the FBO, or is that something that the airport actually invests in? And is there anything large enough to handle the commercial planes?
There is. So that's kind of a two-part question. So there's the general aviation side and the commercial airline side. So from the general aviation side, that would be something we can require the FBO to implement. Same with if we do it to the general aviation side, typically you have to also do it to the commercial airline side, to maintain a fair and level playing field there. So we could require the airlines to do that as well. The thing that is holding that up a little bit right now is the actual electrical infrastructure at the airport. So that's why we're waiting on.
It's the capacity of the grid, not the actual physical units.
Absolutely.
Because it really is an electric power generator is what it is.
It really is, or it's a plug-in battery type device, but without the electrification of the airfield, the hardening of that yet.
Right, that's what we're waiting for.
And we also have to determine the parking that we decide, what's that other plan? I don't want to say.
ICAO?
ICAO, yeah, and how that fits into the APUs.
That also impacts the electric vehicles we can bring onto the airport, because we have limited capacity to charge those right now, so we're slowly implementing
Right, I understand. So as that builds out, for
Mm-hmm.
some reason, my phone heard me talking about APUs, and now I'm getting advertisements for APUs. I'll be an expert on this.
Yeah. Welcome to my world.
Oh my God, we're gonna hear about APUs forever now. All right, we are on to security. Yeah, are we moving there? Budget highlights?
So the operations and security, and my name is David Schneider. I'm manager of operations and security at the airport. For the highlights on the education and training, both of those departments rely a lot on application of knowledge of federal regulations, like from the Transportation Security Administration, Federal Aviation Administration, So one of the big things that we do for the employees is we provide these pathways for increasing their knowledge and sending them to conferences so that they have the best practices in all of those industries so that they can come back and we can maintain compliance in the best way possible. So the education, training, professional development opportunities are things like sorry.
You don't have to start over.
All right. So we send them to conferences and provide other avenues such as what is it, the American Association, AAA Airport Executives membership, and they have a lot of opportunities for development there. The software application upgrades such as BOCC Everbridge that you see there, it allows us to maintain compliance with federal regulations in an easier manner. And then, as you can see, airport stakeholder information notification. We're able to broadcast to several different entities throughout with one application, such as equipment failures with the FAA and whatnot. So, and then, as you can see, ASC, we are now designated as a Category 2 as of September 23rd. We were notified of that. We now are looking to be exceeding 290,000 passengers this year. There may be some impacts such as requirement for security needs, like possibly an LEO. Not certain, but I'm
looking. Law enforcement officer?
Yep, correct. I've reached out to the TSA. I emailed them on the September 25th in regard to this and haven't heard anything back about what the possible needs are moving forward for security enhancements.
So, in the past, way back, when they were requiring us to have LEOs in the building at all times, it was called the Aspen Amendment, actually. Do you remember that? Were you? Yeah. And it was because if you looked at DIA where their LEOs were stationed, and for them to get to one side of DIA to the other was actually a longer distance, and our sheriff's having to be called in from downtown Aspen.
Right.
So we were able to get around that because of our response time issues. So we need to keep that in mind if it's feasible in the future.
Yep.
We were very proud of the Aspen Amendment. So were a lot of other airports. 290,000, huh? Okay.
Well, I guess it's my turn now. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Captain Treat. I'm the aircraft rescue captain at Aspen Airport.
Red light.
Yep. I think we're good there. Awesome. I was looking at it. I wasn't sure if it was on or not. So, not too much of a big ask for a big lift from us this year. Our big item got moved to a budget supplemental for this quarter just because of the inflation issue. So thank you for working with us on that. We're just basically budgeting for equipment maintenance and replacement, just wear and tear on our normal hoses, hand tools, nozzles. We are making a specific line item for personal protective equipment. That'd be our bunker gear that we wear. I'm trying to implement a replacement cycle on those so that way they're replaced regularly, and that way we're not getting any kind of lump purchases where we got to purchase like 6, 7 at a time, which would be pretty costly. Now we can only do about 1 or 2 a year regular replacement. And then lastly, really just working on improved training, finding a big mix between internal training that's cost effective, that we can bring someone in and do things in-house, but also mixing it with some external training. That way our firefighters get perspective and bring in some techniques and strategies from the outside world that will fit here. One of the examples of that would be the AAA Airport Master Firefighter for all of our eligible staff, which is a advanced certification and recognition for our firefighters that reach a master level of their craft. So we're going to be pushing for that and making sure that we have some of the best trained firefighters that we can provide.
And that's specific to airport firefighting?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, I did have the opportunity to visit AAA headquarters when I was in DC one time.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's an impressive facility.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty interesting to go over there. It was really
Question
nice.
about forward thinking with electrification. electrical fire related fires or battery related fires is an issue. I know fire departments are having to retrain.
Absolutely. One of the good things about our department specifically is that we have a lot of various agents that we can deal with those that some structural departments may not have, particularly Purple K, potassium-based dry chemical, and halotron as well. So we do have some really good tools that help us combat those style of fires, but we are trying to stay on the cutting edge of, it goes beyond just even aircraft. It's what about, car fires, on our property, and things like that. So yeah, we're implementing training and trying to stay ahead of the curve when it comes to, battery fires, because they are a different animal to go at. So absolutely, we're trying to stay on top of that, and that goes with the training that we're trying to bring in house to make sure that we stay on top of that.
Great, thanks.
Welcome.
Good.
And if anyone wants a ride on the fire truck, just come
And you
come
get
on
a fire
down.
hat and you get a badge. And the badge was on his jammies. I mean, yeah. Pick it up and put it on his
Love to hear
jammies.
it.
So I have told this story more than once when the corporate jet crashed several years ago, and one person was on the ball, and he was out there and put the fire out and really saved the two pilots' lives as a result of that. And I've used that as an example at various meetings I've been at when the occasion arises. So
absolutely,
that's why you do the training, and that's why you want to get everybody trained to that level, I think.
100%. I mean, that's what we strive for. We want to maintain that standard, and we want to, carry on providing that exact service right there. So, absolutely. So, thank you for the support on that.
But you know what? My grandson wouldn't get in the fire trucks. He went into the other room. I'm so sorry.
Next time.
He liked those big trucks. Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Where does your crew live?
I talk about in their personal lives. So my crew is spread pretty far out to the valley. My furthest firefighter comes from Parachute, and I'm probably the closest in Carbondale. A lot of them, I have a couple in Carbondale. A lot of them are Newcastle, Silt, Rifle, and Parachute. So that's been one of the struggles that we've been dealing with. However, our schedule that we have implemented has actually been a big benefit to them. Allowing them less frequent trips coming down valley. That's also a benefit to them. It's a schedule that they're happy with. So
you're doing shift longer. How many hours are in the shift then?
We run a 48-hour shift schedule, which is pretty consistent with the other fire departments in the valley.
Do we ever use the overnight rooms?
Yes.
Which is especially in inclement weather.
Yep.
Or when they just don't want to drive.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Good
Great,
question,
thank
Greg.
you.
Welcome.
Okay.
And I want to get a badge for my jammies, by the way.
Absolutely.
Later. Okay.
And I want a picture of that.
Put it on the website.
So as far as administration goes, as I mentioned, we're still working on the airport layout plan. That'll go into roughly August, September is our estimate for next year. This is sort of the, we're going to apply the common ground recommendations to the ALP to try to get FAA approval on that. And it's sort of the first step in the redevelopment phase of the airport. One thing we are hoping to move forward with is the terminal design, because that was already covered in a previous environmental assessment. It falls within the same envelope as that assessment looked at. So we think we can move forward with that with the FAA's blessing, with a simple letter requesting a allowance for us to move forward in that. We also have the new fixed-based operator agreement, as I mentioned, and that's going to hit us on two fronts, positive, both of them. One of them is the enhanced revenue opportunities, and you'll see that in the next slide with our budget, how some future revenues will be increasing, but it also allows us to sort of hit the reset button on some of the operational guidelines. And we're planning on updating our Title 10 a bit, but then other things that will take place within the contracts, and we'll go that direction with an FBO where we can require them to do certain things, such as limited running of an APU, electrification of their facility, a net zero terminal, all those types of things that we really want to hard code into an agreement for the future. And then, as David mentioned, enhancing, we're going through and doing a reorg of how our structure works to allow succession planning. This is not only, for staff morale, but it also enhances the training and the responsibilities that each staff member has, that the team member out there. And also, it helps us with retention. I think a lot of people that have been at the Aspen Airport in the past have seen it as, they can only go so far. And it's rather a dead end, and they'll move on to another airport. We'd like to see them use this as an opportunity to increase their, professional certifications, other airport industry things, and hopefully we'll retain them for the long term. And if not, we're setting them up for future professional success at another airport facility someplace else. But that is something that we're moving forward with implementation on fairly heavily.
Great. All right, do I have any questions, comments? You guys do a great job, thank you. I just can't believe the amount of traffic. And,
Just a quick question on the FBOs. Can you talk about their ground vehicle electrification, or are they electrifying along with the rest of us? Is that one of the criteria you can?
That is one of the criteria we can place into the contract. So we do it, a certain percentage or all of the vehicles must need to be electrified.
Great, thanks.
Steve?
One question that I think is going to come at us sooner than later is when we start getting electric aircraft landing. They're going to need recharging, and we don't have the electrical capacity for that right now. So I think that should become a top priority, and that maybe is part of the microgrid study. It would certainly be tied into that, but I think that we should, or you should probably start figuring that out if you're not already.
We are working through that right now. One portion of that is the microgrid. It should be able to handle a portion of that. The other aspect is the redevelopment of not only the FBO area, but the terminal, the passenger terminal area.
Right, when we do all that.
Right now, anything we put in runs the risk of being redug up in a couple of years. So we're trying to avoid that. So one of the reasons why we're trying to move forward with the passenger terminal is to get that done so we can start implementing some of the electrification projects.
So Steve, when that first electric plane that's flying, I believe in Israel, makes it across the Atlantic, and we'll make sure we have electric chargers.
Well, there are electric planes flying in the United States.
Yeah, but there's the one big flight that just came out, and I think it was Israel.
And it's just a matter of time. It's going to be the small private ones will be undoubtedly the first ones, but
Or the
that day will
jumpers.
come, and I hope we're ready for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're moving to airport revenues.
Liz, were you going to present, or do you want me to? No, that's fine. I wasn't sure if you were planning on it.
Patty, I think Kelly's got her hand up. She may have a question.
Kelly?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. I'm wondering if there is a budget that we called out for the Airport Advisory Board work.
We have not pulled out anything particularly for the Airport Advisory Board. Anything we have in our admin budget should probably cover any costs associated with that. One thing we have added, though, into the budget is some work with the Airport Operations Center, the conference room there, to enhance the audio-visual capabilities of that, to make that a little more of a friendly
We
meeting.
think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So Kelly, if they do have any things that pop up, like special consultants or thing like that, that's not covered, you can always come back for,
We can go back for a budget supplemental.
but you think right now you're good?
I think right now we're good, and
Yeah, great question, Kelly.
I might mention, I need to check with Charlotte. I thought that we had put some money aside under the manager's budget, kind of where we have different boards. I'll check with Charlotte, but we do know that there was going to be some expenses, because if we get into maybe some of the board members going to tour terminals or stuff like that, we did know there may be some expenses. So I'll double check on that, but I think we set it outside of the airport.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's going to come a point where this board also wants to tour other terminals. So we'll have to see what we
Yes.
can do. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
All right, so now let's go to all that money we're going to bring in.
Okay, airport revenue, and Dan, I don't know if you had.
No.
Okay. So airport revenue, and Liz has done a great job working with the airport's budget and a lot of the numbers. She's been heavily involved with them. The first part of this chart shows the operations and maintenance. So basic operations of the airport. The airline revenues expected to increase about 1 million. General aviation, expecting the new FBO lease. There's a larger increase. So overall, about a 38% increase in revenue on the operational side. The increases on the capital side are smaller for 2023, and that could change as the airport gets into some other projects, potentially.
What is the other? That's a significant increase. 157 to 338.
Let's see. Liz, do you remember what's in that other category? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know what other, oh, we're gonna charge for the viewing, public viewings, the parking places.
Yeah. I'll bring that back. I don't remember what's in that
Okay, yeah,
category.
just let me know. It's not that big a deal. I just like that bump in 2023.
Then the 2023 budget and 5-year plan, you saw the revenues on the last slide, almost 27 million on revenues. And what I'd like you to notice on the 5-year plan is if you compare the 2022 initial budget compared to the 2023 budget, there are larger increases. And I know this is a little small. However, if you look at the orange-colored column, the 2022 year-end estimate, which includes supplemental requests and projections, you see that it's a lot more in line with 2023. So we expect to end 2022 at 26.8 million and then 26.9 million in 2023. Same on the expenditure side. The initial budget was just shy of 20 million, but with supplemental requests that were done during the year, we're at 26.7, and then the budget for 2023, 27.4 million approximately.
What was the one-time, is it professional services? No, property services went from 2 million to 8 million.
Let's see, property services includes repair and maintenance projects, and
So
that
would
includes the
include
runway
stuff we did. Okay.
maintenance. So
That's
the
what-
large.
That's what I was hoping, I'm like, yeah. Because that was significant. Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause we did that, we added that in and, yeah.
That's right. You'll notice that there's a one-time project line also, so that we're not multiplying the costs of certain one-time projects that are scheduled. You will see under buildings, the 3 million for terminal design, and then we have a placeholder for potential rebuilding or new terminal. And again, this is just a placeholder. So you see the large dollar amounts in 2024 through 2026.
Oh, yeah.
Back up on the revenue side, though, you will also see a big increase in the other revenue line, which could potentially be a debt issuance of some kind.
Or grants.
Oh,
Or a combination.
And you also see a jump in the intergovernmental, which would be where the grants are.
Okay.
So these, again, are just placeholders right now. Also associated with that would be debt service payments, so that is built in to the budget also.
Great.
Again, just guesses and placeholders right at the moment, but to show the board what it could potentially look like.
Planning ahead.
For 2023, a use of fund balance of $460,000, so just a relatively small use of fund balance for the airport, and ending fund balance of about 4.2 million on the unassigned. And then the airport has some PFC revenues that have been received but not yet applied, and those will be applied to different projects, so that's a separate fund balance. And holding some reserves for future capital. So the total fund balance is about 11.2 million.
Okay.
Questions?
All right, this is a decision point from the board. Thank you, gentlemen. Nice to see all of you. It really was great fun
Thanks
out
for
there.
the detail.
I highly recommend it to anybody of any age. So I'm seeing nods from the board. Kelly, any comments, questions? No, thank you. Okay, all right. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Be safe out there.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we're moving into EOTC. Welcome.
Great. Well, I'll let Linda introduce herself and take it from there.
Hi again. I think I met everyone last week at our pre-meeting.
I was
except
on
for-
Zoom, so I
You're
wasn't
on
here in
Zoom.
person.
Hello, Linda Dupriest.
Good to meet you, Linda.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. I see you at RAFTA board meetings.
And I'm Brian Pettit, the Public Works Director, and I'll be just, since Linda's brand new, she's getting her arms around this budget and EOTC in general. I'll be handling the majority of this presentation, and then we can go from there. But Linda's really her one-person show for EOTC, but she does have support from the town of Snowmass, Aspen, and Pickens County, as well as RAFTA.
And we discussed the budget a week ago. And then we have an EOTC meeting on Thursday, so the board knows, where we'll be discussing the budget again.
And formally approving it.
Formally approving it on Thursday, thank you.
Yes.
So we are gonna be budget worthy by Thursday.
I thank you for saying that, and I was aware we are going to rifle through this today.
That's okay, we
Because,
might, you never know,
Yeah.
when we might have more questions.
Linda
So-
did a great job of changing up the presentation from the EOTC meeting and actually scaling it back significantly, so we hope that will be a shorter discussion too. But as you know, with EOTC, it's about reducing vehicle traffic on the highway, and it's really
that's the
purpose.
goal.
So,
And this packet is available online, so I can go upstairs and print it off? Do I have access to the packet?
For
for the
Thursday? The
EOTC.
EOTC meeting?
Yes, I'll make sure of that.
Yeah, because I want to, you know me, I like paper.
Yep.
Yes, David, my predecessor, of course, sent it out to y'all
Yeah, I'm
probably
sure I just-
6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I can resend it to you again.
Is there
if
any
it's gotten
changes, you
lost.
know?
No, a couple little budget tweaks, that extra money that we found, but very little,
Okay,
that
if I
$25,000.
can't find it, I'll let you know.
Send the link again. It's
Okay,
probably
send
in
the
there.
link again.
That'd be
We're
great.
sending you a meeting reminder tomorrow anyway, so we'll
Perfect,
send
then
out
I'll
the
print it tomorrow night.
packet.
Perfect.
Next slide.
Okay, so the
you.
floor is yours.
Great, thank you. So really, we're starting to implement a lot of the planning that David took care of over the last several years. And it's going to start with construction of Brush Creek Park and Ride, if it's funded through this process, and as well as the Town of Snowmass Village Transit Center, which is currently not meeting its need for funding to be completed. But we're hoping that we at least do one of these next year. The dynamic road pricing will continue to move forward from a planning standpoint. I think that we had clear direction from the EOTC retreat to continue to study that idea on the entrance to Aspen. With regard to revenue and funding and expenses, the revenue for EOTC continues to grow a little bit based on use tax and sales tax revenue. The operations are continue to grow in expense as well. X Games and WeCycle are part of this, but the main part is really the administration of the department. It involves the salary for the director, as well as maintenance of the Brush Creek Park and Ride and things like that. As well as there is an expense in collecting use tax revenue as well, which is significant. Total projects you'll see in 2023's budget of $10 million. Most of that is the Brush Creek Park and Ride and the Snowmass Transit Center at $6 million. So we were going to talk about Brush Creek though, because we just got bids in yesterday. And so we have news about that. You've seen this graph before. I think what it's really illustrating is that the 81% of sales tax that's going to RAFTA is outpacing any kind of revenue that EOTC has. So RAFTA has really benefited from that 80+% EOTC contribution to them. Onto the work plan. With regard to the Brush Creek Park and Ride, which has been coming for a while now, this involves about 200 paved spaces with lighting and landscaping, as well as a bathroom, which would require a well and basically its own sewer system for a septic field. Our bids came in totaling $13,737,000. We had budgeted 6.7.
Excuse me? Run that by me again.
So I'll do this again because it's big dollars and a pretty big discrepancy. I'll do it backwards, which is our budget is $6.7 million and change. The bids came in at $13.7 million. Most of that overage is contributable to the restroom building. So when we bid this out through the Federal Lands Access Program folks in FHWA, we split the project up into 3 areas. One being the parking area and lighting and that scene. Second, there's a bus turnaround out by the carpool kiosk that was another addition. And then the third addition was the bathroom because we knew it was probably going to be more expensive than what we had budgeted. I think what you're going to see on Thursday is a recommendation to eliminate the bathroom for the time being because it's the big overage. The bathroom alone is $6.6 million.
Jesus.
So, and then to build the parking area, do the lighting, landscaping, and build the bus turnaround. If we do that, we're going to need at least an infusion of about $400,000 out of EOTC. And then that gets that project whole. But I want to caveat that with what's going on right now. We're looking at the bids and line by line to make sure what we're going to get is what we want. So that $400,000 number might go up a little bit. And I'm rounding up, it's 378 total.
Do you think the people that submitted bids will withdraw if they don't get the whole package of 13+ million?
No.
Okay.
I think it was bid, there was one bid out of a company out of Rye, Colorado. I think it was bid this way because they didn't want to do the bathroom. And they liked the paving project, which was pretty
Out of
close
Rye,
to
they're
being-
probably road builders.
Yeah. And what we could do as a county and EOTC in the future is build our own bathroom. If we wanted to scale it back and do something without the federal government's involvement, whenever you involve the feds, your prices go up a little bit. So you got to make sure the grants that you're receiving account for the additional cost.
Anything we might be able to do when we're building without the bathroom to plan for the bathroom?
I think all the infrastructure to support the bathroom needs to be put in the ground.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's helpful, thank you.
Yep.
Any questions from the board so far?
Just wondering about separate contracts for the bathroom construction alone precludes us from the federal funding? Is that the problem?
If we could do the bathroom, it just can't be part of this contract. So once we make this expenditure, the federal government would be out of it and we could build our own bathroom. Is that answering your question?
Yeah, I guess, and it means we're not getting federal monies, but
Right.
maybe it's cheaper anyway.
Yes, I think it would be, and I think you could hire a builder and not a generalist for paving.
How does the package plant or the sewer plant for the bathroom compare to, say, Phillips?
It's different, and then it's kind of a glorified septic field.
Right, like a
It's-
leach
it's
field.
made- It's a leach field, yeah.
It wouldn't have to be like a.
$6 million.
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong business.
Plus, what are the problems is we don't have a lot of water.
Right, so we would, again, the
We'd have
well
to
would
do a
need to
well.
filter it.
And that's on CDOT property?
Correct.
Yeah.
And that permit has been provided, so we're all set, but I think the prices just don't work for this right now. The other thing I want to point out on this page, and you're familiar with all the projects, is the HOV lane enforcement work plan and budget. Just kind of a spoiler alert for you for the EOTC meeting is, I think you're going to hear staff recommend doing this at this time. There are reasons not to provide the enforcement, and we'll talk about that at the EOTC meeting.
So you think we're going to hear staff advocating for enforcement or
Yeah, I'll
against?
make sure, because Linda was correcting me, not to do the enforcement.
Got it.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we circle
At
back
this
to the
time.
food truck before we get off of this?
Sure.
We've had, one season with the food truck? Do we have any report on that?
Well, I was hoping David would give that to you, but I heard Linda take a breath if you wanted to handle that question.
No, we haven't gotten David did a little parking lot survey, but we haven't gotten the formal report yet from the operators of it.
Got it.
It's not easy to communicate with them, but I'm
Sure.
going to stay on them for that. But for this year, if we start the paving project, we won't have the food truck this year.
Right.
But we will go forward with getting all the permitting for it, so it can kick in next year and be permanent then. So it's a work plan item, but there's no budget impact this year.
You know, because it's my understanding they purchased this food truck specific for this. So, and it's also my understanding they were relatively successful. I heard, the only thing I heard negative about it was it wasn't open for dinner.
Right.
You know, people loved the breakfast lunch part.
Yeah,
and-
anecdotally, having gone there and eaten and taken some of the survey myself, a lot of construction activity, a lot of construction workers going in there. There were some people that were using RAFTA that showed up, but the vast majority were construction industry at lunchtime.
And a lot of people were doing breakfast and lunch, coming in the morning, getting breakfast and picking up lunch and getting, yeah. So I didn't know if there's any opportunity to provide the food truck. They're throwing really a wild card out there at Buttermilk, so they, at least they have a place, because I would rather be able, if they're doing a good job and have purchased this truck specific, to be able to maybe use it for a season. Just throw it a wild card.
Yep, it's an idea.
Yeah.
Because it certainly, we'll be talking about Buttermilk as an aside, and it's not part of this
Perfect.
presentation, but the contract with the city of Aspen expires in April. So we'll be having another IGA and re-looking at the Buttermilk parking lot and its utilization. So
Perfect.
that's
Thanks.
going to be coming to the board
Try and keep
early
that.
2023, and you can
Great.
bring that up, Patty.
Thank you.
Um,
Kelly, thank you. Kelly?
Thank you. I'm wondering, I guess I've been wondering how RAFTA's budget situation is, and, you know, if we should be thinking about more support to them, even though I know we already passed through a lot of money to RAFTA, just to really get even more people on transit, whether it's helping them with hiring the drivers that they need or reducing fares or things like that.
And I'm not prepared to talk about RAFTA's budget today.
Right. I'd say, Kelly, thanks for that. I appreciate that. It's worthy of a conversation, be worthy of a presentation from RAFTA. The biggest issue is housing employees, and as you may have heard, we're working on purchasing a hotel in Glenwood that could house maybe 42 drivers, and we're down about 42 drivers with RAFTA. If we had the bandwidth to do that, RAFTA could foreseeably provide free bus service, which could be the next bump in getting passenger rider numbers back up to the pre-COVID levels. So it's a worthy conversation. You know, I'm on both boards, so I'm trying to figure out what to say about sending more money to RAFTA. It's like, yes, we want it, but let's be sure we know don't know what they do with it yet. If that helps, but it's worth talking to them about it. Thank you.
And where would we send that money out of EOTC budget? So we'd have to look at the impacts back to EOTC if we're looking at $400,000 to $500,000 more we might need for the park and ride.
Correct.
Got to balance the budget.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions about things on this page? I just pulled out two that were important, I think, but if there's another question, we're happy to answer them.
Well, it looks like, so we have a 2-hour meeting on Thursday. Okay.
We have, we may have a quorum issue with the town of Snowmass, and that may start an hour and a half into the meeting. So I'm hoping to get the budget approved in an hour to an hour and a half in order to take advantage of the quorum.
Just
So-
make sure that everybody is reminded of that at the beginning of the meeting, and Tori's running the meeting. I'll coach Tori to get that.
That'd be great.
You know, one thing I'd love to bring up, just to plant a seed, and whether or not it gets anywhere, is that we're talking about pedestrian crossings and safety issues. I want to just introduce wildlife crossings as part of that conversation. And a simple thing like being able to control the message sign that's north of Cozy Point where that big crossing is. I'm just wondering if EOTC should be participating in those conversations, or at least have some awareness about where we're seeing wildlife hazards.
I think having Linda in the Public Works office will allow that to happen. I think from a budgetary standpoint, we need to be careful because we have to provide the nexus to transit. And wildlife, while I'm not an attorney, I don't think would meet that nexus.
Perhaps not,
But
yeah.
something we could look at.
Well, a Raft-A-Bus took out 12 elk last, or 10 elk last winter, so
That's a good point.
there's a connection.
Well, that was feeding the 42 drivers that we're gonna house and,
Oh,
Okay,
Thanks.
so-
I'll talk to Linda about this.
Yeah.
I'm still into flashing signs, not into underpasses or overpasses.
flashing
Greg's
signs
into.
are good.
There is on the Floyd Hill project that CDOT's doing over by Idaho Springs. They have 2 wildlife overpasses in the works, one on Highway 40 near Empire, the other over I-70, where they're totally realigning I-70 right through on Floyd Hill. And they're gonna do a wildlife overpass at the same time.
That's great. I know that they've been looking at them in lots of places. The problem we have in our community is people don't want to block the scenic view plane with an overpass.
Mhm.
And underpasses, the cost of the infrastructure,
Well-
of the easements that we don't own is.
Actually, I don't know if it's an overpass or an underpass on Floyd Hill thing, but wildlife crossing,
Yeah.
yeah.
But boy, those elk were pretty awesome out there at Cozy Point yesterday.
So,
Okay,
Thank you.
that's it?
Did we make a decision?
We're there.
Oh,
Connie's doing her part.
Yeah, on
there.
the budget, and circling back to Kelly's question, just one thing to note on this chart, that with the change in legislation in 2019, that the county is able to collect sales tax on internet sales, but also on items delivered to the county, purchased outside of the county, like construction materials purchased in Garfield County, delivered into Pitkin County. This has meant that our use tax, which is one of the main funding sources for EOTC, has decreased some and is expected to continue decreasing as we go into the future. So let's see,
The sales tax is going up.
right, but the sales tax keeps going up, and the sales tax, 81% of that is passed through to RAFTA. So that's a revenue source that is increasing at a faster pace than the total revenues for EOTC. So with that, go back to this chart. The big drop in the ongoing operations is when
Oh, I see.
RAFTA took over the no-fare Snowmass and Woody Creek bus service precisely because of the revenues, I'm getting my charts mixed up, of the revenues increasing so dramatically on the sales tax and the use tax going down. So there already has been quite a shift in the revenues, and we'll have to see how this develops into the future. But RAFTA did do their own analysis and had consultants come in before taking on that no-fare service to make sure that they felt that into the future they'd have enough.
Be sustainable.
So just
Yeah.
something to keep in mind there.
Okay.
And
when I was talking about no fare, we're talking about no fare from Glenwood all the way up
Right.
valley. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Which hopefully will happen next summer.
So the projects are that are in the budget are the ones that they've already mentioned. It's a total use of fund balance of about $8.2 million. So spending down some funding that's been there for quite a while, designated for snowmass if that goes through. And then in the out years, there's not a lot planned yet. So you see the fund balance increasing in the out years of the 5-year plan.
Unless we want a bathroom.
She want a bathroom.
All right, so, board, decision point. This is a decision point to move this forward in the county budget. It's also going to affect what we hear on Thursday when we have our EOTC meeting to discuss budget. So, and hopefully we'll have a quorum at our meeting. Greg, are you going to be attending EOTC?
Yep.
Steve?
I'm okay. I do have one question. The over budget projections on the Snowmass bus depot project, which are there, they don't have nearly enough money to pay for it. There's $6 million set aside for it. What's going to happen there?
It's a good question, and I don't have the answer for it. I know Snowmass is looking for more money. They just got another $1 million out of a grant from the federal government through IMTPR, and that would be a great question for Sam, who just took over for David Peckler. So I'm sure he can answer that question on Thursday.
And they've spent $2 million over the years in planning, at least
That's right.
$2 million. That was supposed to go to building it 20 years ago, I think.
So I think I think the short answer is they're looking for more money
Yeah.
to complete the project.
And there may be a
Sam
point
can
they
give
come
So
back
they
to
want to keep the
EOTC.
same design that they've modified a little bit, but they have had a pretty good design what they wanted to do. It just costs way too much for what they had available.
I don't remember what their design is currently compared to all the designs I've seen, so that'll be further down the line. So the board, I think, is good in moving this forward. Yeah, thank you.
Great.
See you on Thursday.
Thank you.
If you just send that link off again, that would be great, so the board can, for the EOTC packet.
Yes, so you're gonna get a reminder for the meeting tomorrow with a link for those who
Perfect.
can't be here, and then also the entire packet.
Francie will not, I doubt she'll even be calling in. Kelly will either be Zooming or coming in, and I'm gonna be there. Steve, you coming in? Greg? Okay, so you'll have our 3 smiling faces, and hopefully Kelly will be feeling better.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Connie?
Okay, we've touched on a number of the success factors under flourishing natural and built environment, and next week we'll continue on with a number of other funds and departments. And that's it, unless the board has other questions.
No, I want to thank you, Connie. Connie reached out to staff and asked staff to, the first day we had budget, staff was really, it was really great information, telling us about all the projects they were on and all the work they've been doing. So I'm hoping that after the first of the year, we can schedule time off to talk with Francie, schedule time when our agendas are light, and just have different departments come in, and we can really hear all the good things that they're doing that aren't necessarily part of budget, because I think talking the numbers is really what we needed to have time for. So thank you, Connie, as always, you came to the rescue.
Great suggestion, and then to remind them when they do to talk about their climate action plan, which is supposed
We
to be
could
part
wrap
of
that
every
all in.
report.
No, that
Right.
would be great. And it would give us time to really discuss those issues. Okay, so we are, either we can take a break, or we do have open discussion time.
And then
Do you have any items?
John is back on the screen. I don't have any. You, John?
None from staff, Patty.
Okay, we did get an email about Capitol Creek Caucus. And I think we need a county attorney to weigh in on, they want us to look at their housing cap at 57.5 and potentially not do any approvals for house sizes until such time as they get through the P&Z process with their master plan. I'm not sure we can legally do that, so I'm gonna ask the county attorney to weigh in on that for us. And then I think that's the only thing. Tomorrow I'm bringing forward the resolution with the county's support for the ambulance district question, and I want to thank the board for helping me get us to where we are. And I've got some money. I'm going to go make sure we at least run some more ads between now and Election Day. And I want to just let the public know, pickingcountyvotes.com. Great way to follow your ballot and get information about the upcoming election, because there's going to be a time frame cutoff for mailing your ballot, and you need to drop in one of the drop boxes, which are on Election Day will be Snowmass Village. There'll be one in Redstone, one at the Basalt Library, and one at the Jewish Community Center on Main Street. There will be no voting in the administration building on Monday and Tuesday, I believe, because everything will be shifted to the Jewish Community Center.
And you can vote right now. I put our ballots in the box out here today, and I saw them retrieving all the ballots out there, and they had a big
People have been
stack
voting,
of
yeah.
them
Yeah, it's
that
great.
have been put in there since probably yesterday.
I saw a lady come in today and kiss her ballot before she dropped it in the box. Wish
great.
I'd had a camera. All right. John, how you feeling?
I definitely felt better before.
And Rich, is Rich still with us? Rich is gone to take it. How are you feeling?
I definitely felt better before.
And Kelly, how are you feeling? Kelly's getting quieter. Kelly, it's time. You can go take a nap. Okay, it's 4:05. Are we finished? Thank you, board. I appreciate it. We will be here tomorrow at noontime. Thanks. See everybody here.